Good evening. We're ready to begin. This Planning Commission is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLink can view this program in the high definition on channel 1002. Would everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Chair Cherry.
Present.
Vice Chair Quinn.
Here.
Commissioner Schlattman.
Present.
Commissioner Creer.
Here.
Commissioner Toussaint.
Here.
Commissioner DeSalvio.
Here.
Commissioner Rausch. Shh. Thank you.
Thanks. I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions in the appeal and the review process if appropriate. Please read this carefully. If you have any questions, staff is available on both sides here. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate you adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. Thank you. On each side of the podium here are agendas for you to pick up if you like. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to the matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made under this item for specific action will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion? Seeing no one, we'll move on to item number 5. For possible action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meeting of February 13, 2018. Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to make a motion for approval of the February 13, 2018 Planning Commission items.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. Item number 6 for possible action. Any items from the Planning Commission staff or the applicant who wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Are there any items that commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for this action? I'll start off by saying item number 12, we'll be pulling off the one motion, one vote, and hearing that in the public hearing portion. And item number 50, there was a request to bring that forward.
Thank you to you, Mr. Chairman.
I believe there was someone from the public that had a request on an abeyance item. Get your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Chair. Matthew Seibert, 630 South 4th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm requesting to hold item number 25 in abeyance for 30 days. It's in relation to special use permit 72419.
Which item was that?
Item number 25.
And your reason for the request?
There's been some developments with regard to other short-term rentals in the neighborhood, so we feel that an additional 30 days would give us sufficient time to circle the wagons again with the council person, the commission, and maybe a smooth path forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Get your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Tony Sless, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm not sure if you were going to go through, we had sent in a couple of written requests for holds. I don't know if we're there yet or if you would like us to verbally, items 23 and 24 specifically to May 8th, and I'll It would be our third hold. I know we have to provide just cause. The reason is I have with me Mr. Taylor, who represents some of the residents in the area. We are working with the group and his residents on trying to finalize a plan. We've been working in good faith with Mr. Taylor. We need the 60 days to hopefully come to a final plan that at least we can submit and move forward on. And I believe Mr. Taylor's in agreement with that, but I'll let him speak to that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road. I represent the Homeowners Association, and like Mr. Celeste said, we are negotiating in good faith. We've been having several meetings, and Commissioner DeSalvio is aware that we have been trying to negotiate something that's acceptable to the residents, acceptable to the Planning Commissioner DeSalvio, and acceptable to the Councilwoman. So the 60-day hold, we hope, will hopefully be the last hold, and by the time we get to May, hopefully we have something we can work with.
Thank you.
And then if I may, Mr. Chair, I just have two other separate items.
Please.
I had sent in. Item number 52, I was requesting to hold to the May 8th Planning Commission hearing. I'd like to coordinate a neighborhood meeting. And also item 53, to hold that to the April 10th as well, to coordinate a meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Would it be easier for the staff to go through the housekeeping items, all those that were requested to be obeyed first, before
Sure.
everyone else comes up? So-
I'll let the last gentleman here speak, and then I'll turn it over to staff. Thank you. Your name and address for the record.
Thank you, sir. Casey Smith, 8608 Cremona Drive, Las Vegas. I'm here to request that we do not grant an abeyance, or you do not grant an abeyance to item 53. We'd like to be heard. I represent the opposition, and we'd like to be heard tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. At this time, I will turn it over for staff to read in the housekeeping items requested.
Mr. Chairman, the housekeeping items are as follows. The applicant is requesting to withdraw item 16 without prejudice. The applicant is requesting to withdraw items 17 through 19 without prejudice. The applicant is requesting an abeyance on items 20 through 22 to the April 10th Planning Commission. This is the fourth request for an abeyance. The applicant is requesting an abeyance for items 23 through 24 to the May 8th Planning Commission meeting. This is the third request for an abeyance. The applicant is requesting an abeyance for items 26 through 28 to the April 10th Planning Commission meeting. This is the first abeyance request. Applicant is requesting an abeyance for items 43 through 44 to the May 8th Planning Commission meeting. This is the first abeyance request. And the applicant is requesting to withdraw, item 49 without prejudice. And staff is requesting an abeyance for item 54 to the April 10th Planning Commission meeting. This is the first request for that abeyance. Additionally, item 52, the applicant requests this item be held in abeyance to the May 8th Planning Commission meeting. And item 53, applicant has requested to hold this in abeyance to the April 10th Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you for the report on the housekeeping items.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Rausch.
I would like to respectfully request that we hear item 53. I know that the applicant has asked to obey it, but given that the neighborhood is here tonight and the neighborhood has called me and asked specifically that the item be heard, I'd like to see if we couldn't hear that item tonight, please.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, through you, and I'd like to ask a question through public, or for Lucian Pryatt with Public Works.
Please.
Can I ask what's the reason why item number 54 keeps being held in abeyance?
Sure, through you, Mr. Chairman. I believe this is our second. It was noticed in the January meeting, and we obeyed to this meeting. We're still working with the home builders and working out some of the issues over I think the fees is kind of the remaining issue that we're working on, and once that's solved, we plan on coming back with it, hoping to get it done by next month.
Okay. So do you have some sort of confidence that within the next maybe 2 or 3 months, we might be able to hear this item?
I'm comfortable that we'll get to a solution. I'm not sure if it'll happen by next month, but we're hoping it will.
But within 2 or 3 months?
Yes.
And regardless of the fact of, this item goes forward or dies at city council because city council doesn't want to stand up to the developers, we'll still have the ability to hear this item at Plan Commission.
Yes, because it's a text amendment to Title 19, it has to come through the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to a vote on the housekeeping items. We're going to make a motion to,
Mr. Chair, do you want to just maybe exclude 53 for now?
Yes.
Vote on all the other?
yeah, so Vice Chair Quinn, if you could make the motion, please.
Thank you. Regarding items 16, 17, 18 will be held without prejudice. 19, 20. Withdrawn without prejudice. 19, 20, and 22. 23 moved to the April 10th meeting. 24 to the May 8th meeting. What? Wrong? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll just go from here.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I'm sorry for the confusion. Because items 21 through 22 and 23 through 24 on their third and fourth abeyances, you'll probably need the applicant to come up and maybe state exactly what the reason for the, what about on 23 and 24?
Okay.
Okay, so it is, I believe, 23 and 24 did that?
And 22.
And then what about 20
So
through 22?
is the applicant here for item number 20, 21, and 22?
Hi, I'm Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street, here on behalf of the applicant. We have a variety of reasons for our abeyances, most of which have to do with redesigning for the parks and trails element and landscaping. And then further to that, we had some noticing and fee mishaps. But the applicant is the owner. It's in his interest to go forward. We plan on doing that as quickly as we can.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Schlotman, is this something that you've worked with?
Yes, and I'm fine with holding it
Okay, thank you.
for another 30 days or 60 days, whatever they want.
For the advance, thank you.
23 and 24.
I have one more question. Commissioner DeSalvio, on items number 23 and 24, I believe we heard from the applicant on the request for abeyance. Have you had more discussion with them?
Yes, we have been in discussions, and for me, they know it's the third and final abeyance, so we'll cut something here.
Okay.
Real quick.
Thank you. Okay. Vice Chair Quinn, if we can have that motion now.
I'm ready now. I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
for the confusion. Regarding item number 16, a withdrawal without prejudice. 17, 18, and 19, a withdrawal without prejudice. Number 20, 21, and 22 being held until the April 10th Planning Commission meeting. 23 and 24 to be held to the May 8th Planning Commission meeting. 25, 26, and 27, 28 to the April 10th Planning Commission.
It's just 26.
We added 25. Okay. Is 25 correct? It's an abeyance. Okay, number 25 held. 23 and 24 are held.
Madam Vice Chair.
26, 27, 28.
25 is not being held.
There was a request. They did
There
come up
was a
to here.
request.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. 26 and 27 and 28, 43, 44, 49, 52, 43, 44 will go to the May 8th Planning Commission meeting. 49, withdrawn without prejudice. Number 52 will go to the May 8th Planning Commission meeting. Number 53 will go to the April 10th Planning Commission meeting, but we pulled it forward, so we'll be hearing about that tonight. And number 54 will be held this evening until the April 10th Planning Commission meeting. Sorry for the confusion, lots of numbers, lots of things tonight. Thank you.
The clerk has it. Great. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. The motion carries. Thank you. Okay, on item number 53, there was a request.
Mr. Chair, this gentleman.
Would you like to come up and state your name and address for the record, please?
My name's Bill Hartman, 2816 Merritt Avenue. On 25, we've been here now twice, and it keeps getting stopped and waiting for them to do whatever they're doing. We haven't heard anything from them. They said last time they were going to come and try to meet with the people. They didn't do that. And I've got two elderly gentlemen with me that have been, they sat here till almost midnight last week, or last meeting, and now they don't get heard again. It's like, I don't understand what this is about.
I completely understand. So we did have the motion for the abeyance. This next abeyance, or this next meeting will be the last time. There won't be a further abeyance for a short-term rental. It's something that should be able to be sorted out. I will say that the applicant was here.
Yeah,
If he's still here,
sitting over there.
maybe you could get his number or contact information, or maybe he can quickly update you now on specifically what they're trying to do. But it will be held until the next meeting, because we have gone through the motion of it.
And through you, Mr. Chairman, I spoke with Mr. Whittier.
My father-in-law,
Yeah.
Melvin Whipple.
Yeah, and I spoke with him. This was another last-minute thing, and I talked to him on the phone just earlier today. So next meeting, it will be heard, applicant or not. And there's nothing we can do, and I apologize to your father-in-law. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. What's your name and address for the record, please?
Sam Tolman, 8141 Orchard Glen. I'm Architectural Project Manager for the Public Works Department. I noticed they mentioned that item 33 was in abeyance. That's part of 33 through 35 and 36 through 39.
It's not being held in abeyance.
Okay, thank you.
It'll be heard tonight. Okay. There was a request to pull 53 off the abeyance housekeeping item and have it heard tonight. Do we need a motion for that? No.
And you can just hear the normal
We can
course, Chair,
hear-
if you'd like, or you can pull it forward with your pleasure.
Okay. Okay, so we'll hear it tonight. Okay, moving on to the one motion, one vote. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be open at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the applicant recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. Anyone like to remove anything from this part of the agenda? Okay, seeing no one, we will move on through the agenda. Item number 7, TMP 72585, applicant owner KAG Development West LLC for possible action request for tentative map for 106-lot single-family residential subdivision on the northwest corner of Grand Teton Drive and Egan Crest Drive, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. MOD 72282, applicant Providence Master Homeowners Association Owners Cliffs Edge LLC et al. For possible action or request for a major modification of the Cliffs Edge Master Plan Development Plan and Design Guidelines to amend patio cover setbacks in the residential small lot, medium and low density residential special land use designations, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 9, VAR 72538, applicant Richmond American Homes owner Guanlo Carlito C. and D. Revocable Living Trust for possible action request for a variance to allow a 15-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required on a lot 10 of a proposed 18-lot residential subdivision at the southeast corner of Deer Springs and Grand Canyon Drive, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item number 10, VAR 72539 for possible action or request for a variance to allow a 15-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required in Lot 9 of a proposed 18-lot residential subdivision, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item number 11, VAC 72540 for possible action or request for a petition to vacate a U.S. government patent easement, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Number 12 has been pulled off to be heard tonight. Number 13, SUP 72395, applicant Downtown Corner Store, owner DK Jewel LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 1,126 square foot beer wine cooler off-sale establishment use at 353 East Bonneville Avenue, Suite 105, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item number 14, SUP 72560, applicant My Pie Pizza Las Vegas, owner KRG Las Vegas Centennial Center LLC, for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed 2,111 square foot beer wine cooler and on-sale establishment use at 7930 West Tropical Parkway, Suite 130, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item number 15, SDR 72580, applicant owner AMD United Holdings LLC, for possible action request for a major amendment to a previously approved site plan review for exterior facade modifications to existing retail buildings at 5000 and 5004 West Charleston Boulevard, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. And I'm going to turn it over for staff for some additional conditions on these items.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For item number 7, staff would like to replace the recommended condition number 11 with a condition that reads as follows. Grant a minimum 30-foot wide public drainage and sewer easement on a common element between Street C and the property to the west, surface to be privately maintained. Construct a minimum 12-foot wide paved access for city sewer maintenance vehicles over the proposed sewer line. A note to this effect shall appear on the final map of this site. In addition, for item 13, we would recommend additional conditions 9 and 10 to read as follows. Number 9, all beer and wine coolers shall remain in the original manufacturer's configuration intended for off-sale resale. And number 10, the off-sale of single beers or wine coolers of any size shall be prohibited. I know the applicant is here for item number 7 and can speak to the conditions. I'm not certain about item number 13.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant for item number 7. We agree with the condition as amended and read into the record.
Thank you. Is the applicant here for item number 13? Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Eric Lemons, 353 East Bonneville Avenue, Suite 205, Las Vegas, 89101.
Okay. And are you okay with the conditions that staff?
We're not opposed to it.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you. Okay, with that, Vice Chair, if we could get a motion on the one motion, one vote items.
Thank you. I move to approve items numbers 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, and 14, one motion, one vote.
15?
And 15,
Subject to all staff.
subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Mr. Chairman,
The motion carries.
all one motion, one vote items are final action unless appealed to the city clerk. In the case of item number 7, that must be appealed within 7 days. All other items are final unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just a slight correction, number 8, if I may.
Please.
Number 8 must go to the city council as it's a major modification.
Mr. Chairman, I stand corrected, yes, my apologies. Item 8 will go forward to City Council at the April 18th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to the public hearing items. The first one we will hear is item number 12.
Mr. Chairman, I'm on the Board of Directors of Desert Shores Community Association. We have dealt with this issue on many occasions, so I will have to abstain from this vote.
Thank you. Item number 12, VAR 72476, applicant owner Binion 770 LLC, for possible action request for variance to allow a 0-foot rear and side yard setback where 5 feet is required for an existing patio cover at 2728 Lake Crest Drive, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. The applicant here today. Can I get staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a 0-foot rear and side setback for a patio cover that was constructed without a permit. The subject lot is adjacent to a body of water in the Desert Shore subdivision, and the adjacent property is developed with a stairway down to the lake shore along the side property line in question. Staff received an approval letter from the Desert Shores Community Association and is recommending approval. Please note there were additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Are you the applicant? Please come to the microphone, give us your name and address for the record,
Following
please.
my total ignorance of how these things proceed, I'm a resident of Desert.
I need your name and address for the record,
I'm sorry?
sir. Name and
Oh, I'm
address.
sorry, Dr. Leroy Bernstein, 7921 Rockbridge Circle.
Thank you.
I am a resident of Desert Shores. The property in question is almost right across the street from me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Sir, are you the applicant for the,
I'm sorry?
are you the person that put forth the application?
No, I want to
Okay,
speak,
I need to hear from the applicant first.
I want to speak against it.
You'll have your chance to. You can
Like
sit
I
right,
said,
if you sit in the...
tolerate my ignorance
No,
of-
no problem at all. If you sit in the front row, you'll be up in a second. Are you the applicant?
Yes.
Oh, great. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Okay, Leah Gila, it's 2728 Lake Crest Drive.
Could you spell your last name for us, please?
Yes, B-A-N-A-Y-A-N.
Okay.
Okay.
Please tell us about the application and why it should be approved today.
Okay, so my husband had a stroke a couple of years ago, and when we moved in, we wanted to build a pergola, like some shade, that he should be able to do his exercises outside because he's kind of paralyzed on the left side, and he needs to do exercise, walk around, and there's very little space. Our yard is very, very small, very narrow. Most of the yard is taken up with a pool, which is very dangerous. He can't walk near the pool, so that was the only area that he could really walk a little bit and do his exercises holding on to the pole. So we put up this pergola for him to have some shade and to be able to hold on as he walks around and does, the different exercise he has to do. And, it's not interfering with anybody. As we said, there's on the left, on the right side, there's a staircase, so it's not next to anybody's yard. In the front, there's a lake, so there's nobody, it doesn't bother any of the neighbors, put it that way. And so basically, that's what it's for. It's needed for his health, basically. It's because he can't be out in the constant sun and the heat, and he doesn't have anywhere to walk around, and that's really the only place.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to open it up to the public. If you would like to sit in the front row so I can have the public come up. Can you get your name and address for the record?
Hello, my name is Glenn Trowbridge. I live at 1278 Riviera Beach Drive, Las Vegas, 89128. I'm here to speak in opposition to this proposal. Approval of this item would create undesirable precedents and involve the waiver of many standard considerations, such as setbacks, building permits, inspections by the city building inspectors. Typically, this type of project would require the support of the immediate property owners, as well as the Architectural Review Committee and the master group, the Homeowners Association. In this case, none of that happened. As a matter of fact, the Architectural Review Committee turned down this proposal twice because what it's doing is asking for permission to, we built this already, so let's just stamp it approved. The letter that came from the Homeowners Association, I would invite you to reread because it said they would only support it if the City Planning Commission was willing to waive all of its requirements relating to setbacks and approvals and permits and inspections and things like that. I don't think that the city's ready to do that throughout your entire planning policies and procedures, but that's what's being asked for, and it will create a precedent that you'll have more of these coming forward in future planning commission meetings asking for waivers, because some of the lots, particularly those that are on the lakes, and there's 4 lakes, the lots are pretty small, and people would like to do different things with them and use every available inch of property, which puts the activities real close. And so we're just requesting that you deny this request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please come on up. Mr. Bernstein, if you'd like to come up, please come on up.
Again, I can't really add too much to that except to say those setbacks in Desert Shores would set up to beautify our community and have those lakefront properties open. The people across the lake would have to look at anything abutting the lake. And what my concern is, this could be the beginning of a slippery slope. If one person is granted this exception, which is contrary to our CC&Rs, if one person is granted this, you have to do it for everybody, and suddenly our beautiful lakefronts will be abandoned. We won't have them anymore. And I just don't want this to be, you know, we have our CC&Rs, we have our rules in our community, and this, to me, our community, the Architectural Committee has said against it. Our Board of Directors has said they are against it, and some of the residents in the neighborhood have said they are against it. Again, what my concern is a slippery slope where if one person has it, everybody will want one. I recommend disapproval of this petition.
Thank you. Mr. Bernstein, can you give me your address one more time for the record?
I'm sorry?
Can you give me your address one more time for the record?
Okay, 7921 Rockbridge Circle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not yet. Please get your name and address for the record.
Janet Merkel, 2813 Channel Bay Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89128. I happen to be an owner that lives directly across the lake from right there, right where your arrow is. Directly across the lake, the house with the big pool, from this unsightly pergola. When they started building it in September of 2016, I immediately called my HOA and said, what are they doing? They're building something right on the very, very corner of the property line. And a few months later, a few weeks later, I went and I asked about if there was follow-up on it. And she says, well, they told us that it's temporary for the Jewish holiday that's coming up. We live in a Jewish neighborhood, and excuse me my ignorance, but I'm not aware of their holidays and what they are, but I know that some people put up a temporary structure to give them more space, I guess, for when they have additional people for the holiday. And so I was assured that it would be taken down, and it's never been taken down. They do put up the white walls when it's there, and those have been taken down, but also, underneath the structure, besides being unsightly and being built to the property line, it doesn't meet our HOA standards by being a 4x4 studded structure. In fact, my neighbor, she described it as, well, it just looks like a bunch of sticks out there. It does not match the house. It does not match, it doesn't match the style of the house. The original balcony cover is stucco with 12 by 12 pillars and has arches across the top of the, at the bottom of the roof line. And so this is just 4x4s. I don't know if you can see these pictures, but it's just a wood structure and it's to the property line. So it doesn't match the existing. So from my house, when I'm looking back there, and I brought pictures, but I guess there's no way to show it.
If you go to the middle section, turn on that microphone, you'll see a square there, and you can put your photo right there.
Because this is not very good. I don't know where it's going. It's not going to show. But this is what I see. Here you have the door. Here's their balcony. Here's a black wrought iron railing. And here's the structure. It's like 12 feet high. Here is where their original patio cover and the balcony ends, and it's stucco with 12-inch pillars. So it doesn't match at all. It just looks out of view. And right here, there's two very, very large light fixtures that I think have 100-watt bulbs in each of them. So when they put this, when this is being used, and I have not seen it being used for exercise. When I've seen it being used during the Jewish holiday when they have the white enclosure around it, the light just shines right across the lake into our houses on the other side of the lake. And then with the wind last year, they put plywood over so the plastic wouldn't blow off while they were doing the holiday. But now that was temporary, they took that down, but this is what I look at all of the time.
Thank you. Is there anything else, like of substance, that you want to add forward to the reason why it should be denied?
It's just that, you know, everyone else in the neighborhood, my neighbors, when they wanted to build a balcony because of the setback, they have to have a narrow 3-foot pathway and then open up onto the side of their house.
I understand.
Because
Thank
they
you.
had to follow the rules.
Thank you.
And the rest of us all had to follow the rules.
Thank you, Mrs. Merkel. I appreciate it. Anyone else from the public like to be heard on this item? I'd ask the applicant now to please come back up. I'll give you 2 minutes for rebuttal on this.
Well, basically, all I can say is I don't understand. I don't know who that lady is, but she seems to have nothing to do all day but look at my house. I don't really get that. But honestly, she does use it for exercise. If she doesn't see it, I don't know. I don't know if she's the one who feeds the ducks all day. That's what I see outside when I look outside.
We need to stay on topic specific
But
of
basically,
why.
what I want to say is that I think the main consideration here has to be a person's health. It is very important for my husband to be able to get outside without being under the hot sun because he's on blood thinners and medicine. He cannot be constantly in the sun. He needs to be able to sit outside, to do his exercise. It cheers him up. To sit inside all day is very depressing for him. And for somebody to say that it's more important to have him sitting in the house and not doing his exercise and not improving in his health because they would not like to see a wooden structure doesn't sound nice. It doesn't sound kind. I mean, I don't understand that kind of attitude. I would never tell somebody to take a wooden structure down if their husband is using it for health. I just don't understand that. My husband really needs this for his health. And what she was saying about our holiday, we took everything down. The structure, the basic things was built as a pergola. If we use it for our holiday, we build extra things around it, but that comes down right after the 8 days are over. That doesn't stay up. So that part is definitely temporary. The rest of it is made as a pergola for his health. So it's utilizing both things. We would have happily put back the 5-foot setback if we could. We literally don't have the space in our yard. There's absolutely no place. There's no 5-foot back. Otherwise, we'd be inside the house already. There's just no space. It's a very small yard. I think that, and as you see, the Desert Shores doesn't have any rules about patio covers. They don't have. So I don't see what's the fuss about this. And they already gave approval for it. So I don't understand what people are complaining about. If they're my next door neighbor and I'm somehow bothering them, I understand. But to tell me from across the lake it doesn't look nice, that doesn't sound right. It just doesn't sound right.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close this portion and turn over to the commissioners, and I'll start off by saying, if you'd like to stay up here, you can hear what we have to say, or you can sit down. But I will say, first of all, we're a land use board. You know, we don't take into consideration health. That's not for this board. It's specific for a land use board. You know, I have a host of issues with the application, and you know, as I read your HOA letter, it's a subject to the city approving it. You know, it's not something, it's one thing, you built something without getting permission to do it. There's electrical out there. Was this done by a GC, a general contractor? Can you please come back up to the microphone? Thank you.
It was actually my son who arranged it. I'm not quite sure who the person was, but it was definitely somebody who was in building. I mean, he does building, and they put all the electrical things inside metal pipes or whatever you're supposed to do.
So therein lies, you know, another problem. It's not a known GC. So again, it's a violation of the city code. It's something where there's homeowners that are out here from the board. You know, I'm sorry to say, but the shade thing, there is a clubhouse at Desert Shores that could be used. There are alternatives such as an umbrella that can be put out into the backyard. But just to put something up, I mean, there is a process, and it's a process that everybody has to go through.
I mean, we didn't know when we moved in.
Let me finish really
Okay,
quick.
we
And this is for the commission to discuss, so,
Right.
it's something I honestly can't support the application. I will say, if it does get denied, there is a process for you to appeal to go forward if you want to. If it does get approved, you move on. But at this point, I can't support the application as it stands. Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. The issue really is not about the fact that you've done it all wrong. The issue is that everybody next door to you, across the way, you would set a precedent of everybody else being able to follow your suit. So therefore, this evening, I will not be supporting your item. Thank you.
Commissioner Creer.
Thank you. First, I need to understand how this got on one motion, one vote. There is nothing on here that gives me the idea that this is in compliance with anything. It says that it's 0-foot compliance for this, 0-foot compliance for that. They don't have the homeowner associations, the temporary, the neighbors' protest cards. How did this get on one motion, one vote, as if it was, everything was in compliance with Title 19 and what we're doing?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, so when the agenda is set, all the protests and what have you have not come in. So the fact that protests have come in since this item was put on the one motion, one vote portion of the agenda, that does happen periodically. This was put on one motion, one vote because, one, we did have the letter from the Desert Shores indicating that if you guys approved it, they were essentially approving it. Additionally, while typically staff does not approve a variance for a setback, in this instance, this is similar to other variance requests where you have a property that backs up into some type of community amenity, in this case, the waterway. And so the impact on adjacent properties for a rear setback variance is generally minimal and usually not an issue, and so that's why staff was supportive of the application and why it was slated for one motion, one vote. But as you can see, this is why the process works, because additional protests came out and you guys are discussing it now.
Yeah, I understand, but if neighbors hadn't come out and voiced their concern, then this most likely might have gotten approved. It says pursuant to Title 19.06, the federal standards apply. Minimum setbacks, patio cover side 5 feet, provided 0, compliance no. Rear 5 feet, provided 0 feet, compliance no. But it's on our one motion, one vote. I don't care how you slice it or how this says if it backs up to a lake or if it backs up to a park or backs up to a neighbor's house. There's no way that this should have been on one motion, one vote. This council should have, the Planning Commission should have been an agenda item. It should have been subject to approval of the Planning Commission. Probably should have been denied based off of all the other years of agenda items similar to this that have never gotten approved and never gotten a one motion, one vote. So I think it's very, very skeptical of why this got on one motion, one vote to start off with. Rules need to be followed, and unfortunately, you built a structure that was not compliant with any of the rules that are set forth by Title 19.
I should just mention, we didn't know that.
Please, do me a favor.
Okay.
Don't interrupt me. You had your chance to speak. Now it's the commission's chance to speak. And I just think that you built a structure knowing that whether you knew it willingly or you didn't know it willingly, then a licensed contractor would have known they had to pull permits for this, and they would have had to get the right proper approval for this. And I agree, this is a community where you are going to impact your neighbors. You're going to impact their quality of life, and you're going to impact their views and everything they want going on, especially with the lights. I haven't seen them on, but they seem to be commercial-grade lights that are there, and it just seems to be too much. Without going any further, there's no possible way that I could support this, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roush.
Thank you, and I'll make this brief. I did talk to representatives from Ward 4, and I'm just going to go on the record to say that, similar to what Commissioner Creer has said, this is an unpermitted structure. It's not conforming with the design standards of the neighborhood. It's unfortunate, but it doesn't meet the side and rear setbacks. And beyond that, it looks rickety to me. It looks like a good, strong wind might blow it over and right into the lake. You can shake your head. This is for us to be able to say what we think, just based on the information that we have to collect from everybody. And I think that you owe it to your neighbors, and we owe it to your neighbors, to give some consideration and some thought to their enjoyment and their view corridors and the standards that the community is trying to uphold. So for that reason, I'm not going to be able to support it either, and if it pleases the chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Please do.
So with respect to item number 12 on the agenda, VAR 72476, my motion is for denial.
Mr. Chairman, before you vote, can we add to that, to where that structure has to be removed within 60 days? To that motion?
I believe this will go on to City Council.
Mr. Chair, you can just recommend to City Council that that's the time frame in which you believe it should be taken down.
Commissioner Rao.
Okay, and I would amend the motion to state that the applicant must remove the structure within 60 days as a recommendation to City Council.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to the City Council on the April 18th, 2018 City Council agenda.
Is that done?
So you'll be able to go to the City Council meeting on April 18th.
But I didn't understand, I missed something, I didn't understand.
So it was denied, and it moves on to City Council. So on April 18th, you'll have a chance to be here in front of City Council.
Well, I don't understand, so what is it for, the next meeting?
City Council is the final action through the process. So it goes planning, City Council.
Oh, I don't know. I do want to say one thing, though, just in answering to what everybody said. First of all...
I got to keep this moving.
No, just really fast. First of all, we didn't know that we needed anything for a little structure.
Ma'am, I can't discuss I can't discuss. I have a host of people that are waiting to be heard.
Okay, fine, I'm just...
You're welcome to make note and write it in, so thank you.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
This way. Just for clarity, I know that it says that it may be appealed to city clerk within 10 days. Maybe you might want to speak with the clerk to find out exactly what...
It's going.
So it is going to city council,
It is.
period. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, we had item 50 that was pulled forward. We'll be hearing that one now. Is it yeah, 50 first. Item number 50, SUP 72567, applicant owner Emerald Investment Series 1 LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an existing short-term residential use at 6316 Blue Jay Way, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has held an active business license for a short-term residential rental at this location since December 2016, prior to the requirement for a special use permit, conditional use verification, or distance separation from similar use. Since that time, it has continued to operate without any enforcement action or neighborhood complaints. In June of 2017, Ordinance 6585 was adopted, which required all short-term residential rentals to meet the current requirements of Title 1912, including a special use permit if applicable. This use would not be owner-occupied and contains 3 bedrooms. In addition to being licensed and an established use with no code enforcement complaints, the site meets the 660-foot distance separation requirement and can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the existing surrounding land uses. Staff therefore recommends approval, and please note there were 7 additional protests and 1 approval received after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, Planning Commissioners. My name is Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. Along with me is the applicant, John Schumacher, and Laura Eisenberg, who will make some comments after I give kind of initial background. They'll speak more specifically to the operation itself. First, if I can just highlight the area. It is located on Blue Jay Way, right here in the middle of your radius. You can see in the general vicinity of Oakey and Torrey Pines, across from the College of Southern Nevada and Bonanza High School kitty corner from there. First, I want to give a little overview about this property and about the client coming before you and seeking this special use permit. As was indicated in the staff report, we've had a business license for over a year. Let me give a little background on that. In November of 2016, my client approached the business licensing department to understand more about the short-term rental business, the conditions that would be required to obtain a license. After going through that and identifying Blue Jay Way that met all those conditions, most importantly, the 660-foot separation between any other use, they went forward and closed on the property. After that, they began the licensing process with all the various inspections relating to plumbing, electrical, building, all of that nature. Everything was signed off, and then the business license was issued in December of 2016. It was at that point, after reliance on the city's issuance of the business license that they had in hand, they then began the renovation of the property. The property, I'm going to show you a couple before and afters, but essentially you can see the state of the property that it was in when they initially bought it and some of the work that had to be done with it. In the months that ensued, they greatly, you can see right here, greatly improved the site. So they did spend north of $150,000 for renovation of this property. They entered into this business knowing what the rules were, knowing that they had to abide by those rules. They've followed all of those rules. And then when the new ordinance was adopted in July of 2017, requiring them to come forward with a special use permit, that's why we're here today with that. We importantly meet all those conditions. There are no known violations on the property. Here you can see our business license. In fact, it was renewed this past December of 2017. It is good until December of 2018. A couple other things I wanted to point out to you that I know historically, and I should maybe not say historically since this is a relatively a new area that the city's dealing with, but with respect to since this ordinance has been adopted in July of 2017, there has been, by my count that I could find, 17 license or 17 special use permits that have been approved via final action either at the Planning Commission or City Council. Last month, the Planning Commission recommended approval of 2 more that are being forwarded to the City Council that will be heard next week. The similarity with 17 of those 19 now are this situation here. It's a situation where you have, basically you have good operators. You have operators that have followed the rules, followed the ordinances. You have operators that had business licenses in place prior to the adoption of this special use permit ordinance. You have business owners that meet the 660-foot separation requirement. You have business owners that do not have any code violations against them or otherwise, a detrimental impact to the neighborhood. So these are all reasons why those applications, I believe, were approved. I believe this is one of the main reasons why this application is being approved. And I do have the list of the 17, I should say the 15 that have been approved via final action. And then there's 2 others that are kind of outliers with respect to waiving the distance separation, which is not at issue here. More than happy to get into some of those that the city has approved, but with respect to that, we believe that is an important factor for you to weigh. I will at this time let John and Laura speak a little bit more about details of the operation, because I know obviously that's always a concern. So I will, if I may, Mr. Chairman, turn it over to them.
Please, can I get your name and address for the record?
Laura Eisenberg, 860 Pantera Place, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89138.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi. So I'm a 20-year resident of Las Vegas. To give you a little bit of a background on how strictly we screen these properties, which is the most important thing I believe here today, is preservation of the neighbors' homes. We've had 26 inquiries to date on this property, people who would like to rent. I've turned down 17 of them and accepted only 9 through May. I'm very strict. We have a bedding configuration of 1 king bed, a queen, And then the small bedroom is a twin and a twin. We do not have sleeper sofas. We do not have bunk beds. This is a 1,600 square foot home. It is not a party house. We have no pool. We do not have pool recliners. We require our guests to be 30 years old. We require photo IDs when we screen through our rental agreement, which I'll get to in a moment. In the interest of, I'll try and move quickly. I know there's a lot of people here. We require photo IDs. We are strict with that. I'm sorry about that. We have a lock on the front called LockStape. So for any reason we have a problem with a tenant, we can immediately remove them from our property and lock them out. We do not rent this home when we are not in town. We've already put that, implemented that in ourselves. We have 24-hour security that we can call if somebody has to be removed. We have 2 phone lines. I have my personal phone line, and I have a designated phone for the business. That designated phone is on 24/7. It is never muted. If there's a problem, our neighbors are always welcome to call us. Our renters can always call us, which is why I require to be here when we rent out this home. To tell you a little bit, I have a couple examples of no's. I don't want and an example of a yes. I'll read quickly just to give you an idea of how I've screened. My family would like to rent your home. We're coming to Las Vegas for 2 birthdays. Our party would include a 49-year-old, my mother's 73, and her best friend 65, and my niece and nephew who are 21 and 22. We will not be going to the clubs or casinos. We're flying in from North California. We fly out midday Saturday. It is important we be able to cook in your kitchen. Is it prepped for cooking? So this was obviously a yes. Now to move on just to a quick example of a no. I have a bunch of no's, but hello, my name is Regina. What brings us here is me and my husband's wedding at Treasure Island. We want to host a family gathering dinner at your house. I wrote, I apologize, our property is probably not a good fit for your needs. Thank you so much for inquiring. I wish you a wonderful wedding. Going on. Hello, we are interested in your property for Martin Luther King weekend. My brother passed away unexpectedly a year ago, and we're going to have his soccer buddies over, and we want to host a barbecue. Hi, Melissa. Thank you so much. First of all, I'm sorry for your loss about your brother's passing. I'm sad to hear of this. Regarding licensing, the city has a strict no-party policy. We will not allow 8 people in the house at any given time. Thank you in advance for your inquiry. I apologize. This property will not work for your needs. Best regards, Laura. Here's another one sent to inquiry. Can you please, and my response to her was, she was talking about 6 girls coming. I said, thank you. Can you please tell me a little bit about your group and the age of your guests? We are a licensed property. We require all IDs and follow strict city guidelines. I never heard back from her. I can go on and on because I am very prudent about screening who is allowed in this home. We have a significant investment. We do not want our home destroyed. Parties will destroy our investment and this home and the neighborhood, and we care about all 3. And then my husband would just like to add a few items, and thank you. Oh, and to add in closing, I am a 20-year resident. I have deep roots in this community. I'm on the board of Having Quaint Animal Society, and I did personally donate and build our spay-neuter clinic for our city. I care about our neighborhood. I did it in 2008 when we had such a high feral cat problem and dog problem in the city, and that was just a big cause that I stepped into.
Can you get your name and address for the record? If we could be brief, another minute.
Yeah, my name is John Schumacher, 860 Pantera Place.
Mr. Schumacher, excuse me.
Laura's my wife.
I apologize.
Just read these fast.
Yeah.
Sorry. House rules.
We have rules that we apply to all our guests, and it's a 6-page contract before anyone can even step in the door. They must sign it and initial it and send it back to us. Some of the rules include, because we're trying to address neighbors' concerns, which would be parties, noise, garbage, and too many cars. So we've built into our vetting process minimum age 30 years. Our target guest is families and convention professional business people that don't want to stay on the Strip because of the craziness. They want a quiet neighborhood and they're quiet people. In our contract, we outline that we have a $500 security deposit, a minimum stay of 3 days, no pets, that means no barking dogs, no dogs messing on other people's property, no more than 8 adults in the property, and a 3-car limit on the property, and they can only park in the garage or on the driveway, not blocking sidewalks. We have a quiet time rule from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m., and if there's any complaints, and we have it written in our contract too, that if the police are called for any non-medical emergency, that the people are immediately evicted. And we can enforce that. We have 24-hour security with Norton Consulting and Investigations. They have to agree to this. We screen out for parties. It's advertised that way. It's not a party house. No outdoor music, no loud noise, no DJs. And we've turned on a lot of people that we were concerned. There was a group of guys that were in their 20s, we turned them down. We turned down anyone who we get a whiff or think might be a problem.
We
or-
turned down 70% of our inquiries.
Yeah, because we don't want the problem in the house, we don't want the problem for the neighbors. We want this to be an ongoing business, and we travel ourselves as a family, so.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate your time, Mr. Chairman. Just in closing, I want to emphasize that they are local, they live here, they live 12 minutes from the property. It's very accessible for them should anything occur. They're there to monitor, they're there to protect the neighborhood, and if a condition need to be imposed that we cannot rent it anytime they're out of town or vacation, which they don't do right now, but if we need to put it in this special use permit, we're more than happy to do so.
Thank you.
And with that, we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Before it goes to the public hearing, are you familiar with the statement of financial interest form?
Yes.
Can you ask your applicants, they didn't check yes or no on this form? For the city, when you put in the application?
Okay.
If anyone from mayor, city council, planning commission has a financial interest? Just want to go on record.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And now we will open up for the public hearing, if you guys want to step back here. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item, please step up. Please come to the front row. We have 3 microphones. I'm going to give everybody a minute to discuss whether they're for or against this item. There are 3 microphones if everybody wants to come up. Please give your name and address for the record.
Andrew Reitz, 1912 Blue Jay Circle, and I oppose it.
You oppose?
Denise Reitz, 1912 Blue Jay Circle, and I oppose this.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Reitz.
Rose Oddie, 19...
Rose, if you could hold 1 second. Are there anything else you wanted to add to your opposition?
Oh, yes.
Please add it. We have a minute to add into it.
Okay, so we do have a petition signed that opposes this by 51 of our neighbors. A couple of things that, I wanted to bring up. If we're going for a special permit and everything, this has already been going on. It's existing. It says right on the applicant, without an okay, how are they doing this? That's one thing that that's been brought up. For the neighbors, we fear for our safety. They can screen people, but when you screen somebody, I can tell you anything I want to tell you to get through this. So there's grandkids. We live at the end of the cul-de-sac straight across from this. There's 3 or 4 people with grandkids in the neighborhood. There's a young couple very close to them that has already had a problem. They had to corral their kids in because of argument, fighting going on. We didn't know to call, we've never been approached by anybody to have a phone number or anything like that to call, so we didn't know about that. We want to keep the integrity of the neighborhood. We moved from a neighborhood on the other side of Charleston where we saw this going on, had a house bought and paid for, moved into this neighborhood. It was nice and quiet. We've been there 15 years. The wife and I are both residents, born and raised here, 54, 55 years. And we've lived very close to this our whole time.
Mr. Reitz, we've gone well over a minute. Is there anything else you wanted to add in closing?
Yes. We want to keep the integrity of the neighborhood. We don't want a business being ran in a residential neighborhood. And we don't want to have to move again because of this to get away from this.
Thank you.
I really don't want to do that.
Thank you. I understand. Thank you. Mrs. Reitz, you have a minute if you'd like to go on the record.
Thank you. What my husband said is correct, and let me just ask you something, all of you. If you had an Airbnb next door to you, would you be happy not knowing who is renting it, for how long, and for why? Everyone knows each other. We are a very tight-knit community. We didn't have any idea that this was going on. We just thought it was a rental. Just like there are rentals, long-term rentals. We did not know it was just a short-term rental. Had no idea until this postcard and that big sign was put in the yard, and that is why we are opposing this.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rose Oddie. I live at 1900 Springview Drive. I've been there for 40 years. I've raised my children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren. They all went to Bonanza High School. In our neighborhood, already has been stated that we are older people in the neighborhood. I am a cancer survivor. My husband has retired. I'm retired. We have a peaceful neighborhood. Now, not too long ago, in this rental home, people have moved in and out, and I'm going to say this, I'm maybe out of line, but I'm going to say it anyway. The people that own the home, before them, the man killed himself in that home. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your time. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Sherry Packer, 1901 Verdinal Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89146. I've been in my home 40 years. My son went to Bonanza High School. The children play outside, just right down from the Airbnb. There's a basketball court outside. They're constantly playing. They go there instead of going somewhere else. That's their outdoor activity. We want it safe for the community. We want it safe for the neighbors. We watch out for each other. We know who's going by, what cars are going by. We take license plates numbers down if we see something strange going on. There's very little crime in the neighborhood. We want to keep it that way. It's a neighborhood. I can appreciate an investor wanting to make money, but not in a neighborhood. And like another person said, it's a slippery slope to put businesses in residential areas. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Packer. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Amanda Barr, 6321 Vista Verde North, and I'm catty corner to the property. I have a daughter, granddaughter, children running in around my home. I also worked at Child Protective Services. I've been doing the same work for 5 years. I see the good and bad people, and unfortunately, I see a lot more of the bad. We moved into our home because when we did a search, there was little crime and there was no sex offenders within a close distance of our home. With having people we don't know coming in and out of the home, we know they're checking and they're vetting, saying no parties. We don't know if they're doing background checks. We don't know if they're inviting some child molester into our neighborhood where they can hop over our wall and get at our house. When we have a pool, we have parties. My daughter's 13 years old. Our neighbor has young kids. 1, 2, 3, 8 years old. That's what we're concerned about. The neighbor right next to us is right behind. Someone can come right over the wall, come grab a kid. No one would know who's in that home. They're not checking on the house every single day. They're not checking to see if someone's bringing kids, tying them up in the corner of the closet. So that's our concern, is we don't know what's going on in there.
Thank you, Ms. Barr. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? If there's anyone else, please come up so we can get through this portion. There's 3 microphones here. Can you use your name and address for the record, sir?
Craig Domingue, 1904 Blue Jay Circle. I kind of agree with everyone that's been up here, and we should be let known before they start renting it. Like they say, they've been renting this house for a while now, and then now all of a sudden we get the postcard and the sign in the front yard. You know, we should be let known before this happens.
Yes, Mr. Domain, thank you. Okay. Anyone else like to be heard? What's your name and address for the record, please?
Corrado Carey, 1908 Blue Jay Circle. I've owned that home for 30 years. I come tonight because I am also very concerned about the impact that this is going to have on our neighborhood. You know, it's great that they do their screening and they got all the things and the checklist that they have, and they've got their agendas and all that stuff. I know how things change. Economy gets tight. Yeah, we're going to let these people stay in here. I don't want to deal with the parking issues that they say they only allow 3 cars. That's going to change. I don't want to deal with garbage. There's a lot of young children that play in the streets, a lot of elderly people that walk their dogs. God forbid we have somebody go out and start partying at that house, get to drink and drive and kill one of these people. It's inappropriate to have it in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address for the record, please.
Renee Lacombe, 1909 Blue Jay Circle. I've lived there 28 years. As you probably have noticed, there's people here that have been there 40 years, 30 years. It's an established neighborhood. Nobody moves. Everybody lives there. I will acknowledge they did a heck of a nice job fixing up the place. And I myself rent a mobile home in Florida, but it's in a mobile park where you have to be 55 and older. And it's unfortunate you have this, very established, very settled neighborhood, and now we're going to get short-term renters. And I think you're going to have oil and vinegar here, and I don't think it's a good mix.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Lacombe. Name and address, please, for the record.
Yeah, Brig Valdez, and my address is 6312 Blue Jay Way, and I actually live right next door where this property is for rental. And the only thing I want to say, though, is that even though they're saying that they actually got everything in order and they'll take the, special care, of who they're going to rent the place to, recently, I heard something going on already. There was this couple that they were like arguing and, mentioning the F word, and my daughter was just playing around there, and I kind of didn't like the idea of, hearing that thing. So it's just not right. I have plus to that.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Valdez. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one else, I'll ask the applicant to come back, and you'll have 4 minutes for a rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, planning commissioners. First, let me start off by saying I think this puts everyone, this recently adopted ordinance in a tough position. I think it puts the planning commissioners in a tough position. I think it puts the residents in a tough position. But I also think, sometimes that may get overlooked. It puts my client, the property owner, in a tough position as well. This is someone who, there was a comment, how are they doing this? They're doing this illegal? No, they are not. This is one of the good operators. This is an operator that has a business license. It was issued a business license to operate this business prior to the adoption of this ordinance, which now brings this application before you. They've been operating. I think you can hear from the testimony from the neighborhood, they are good operators. They've been operating it without any incidents. They don't like the idea of it. I understand that. But this is, what a good operator does. So a couple of things I think that are important to note here is, one, I understand the use permit runs with the land, and there's some concerns about that. So what I would like to do is offer a required review, potentially 2-year review, make sure that it's the same applicant. We'll come back and show you. We have tremendous faith in what we're doing, that they're doing this the right way. We can come back, in 2 years as a required review. We can also, like I had mentioned earlier, make a condition that it cannot be rented while the owner is out of town. They live here in Las Vegas. They are 20-year residents. Of course, they do go out of town to travel, go on vacation, things like that. It's already built into their system that they don't rent it during those times because they want to be here. They need to be here to monitor everything. So we can add that as a condition. There's a couple of other things. We aren't on Airbnb. We're on something called Home Away that helps provide for the screening, which is one of the reasons why you don't see any of the code enforcement issues. With that respect, I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have and go from there.
Thank you. I'll turn it over now to the commissioners for discussion, starting with Commissioner DeSalvio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Slits, so I understand this. It has no pool. First of all, wait, let me back up. I understand the opposition. Trust me, I'm picking up what you're putting down, and this is, to us, a case-by-case basis. But the rub let me explain my rub. It has no pool, 1,600 square feet, 3-bedroom. From what I read through, it has no code enforcement complaints. It's been operating, and if you can correct me if I'm wrong, since 2015?
So basically, the beginning of 2016, we got our business license in December 2016. So
okay, December 2016. And it seems like to me that the only time that we have a problem, and I've been saying this since day one, is the second we put that big old ugly red white sign in the front that says, "Hey, look at me, now start messing with me." I just think that's setting these people up for failure. I have to kind of tell you that it's my position today to support them. And I feel your pain. Like I said, you know, short-term rentals do have their places, and I think that they've been conforming within your community. And as you guys stated, you're a very tight-knit community. Had this not, if there was an issue or a problem, Metro, we would have reports. Code enforcements, we'd have reports. We don't have any of that right now. We have that big old ugly red sign that said, hey, look at me, I stick out like a sore thumb. So for that, I got to tell you, I have to support them. They have a deep investment. They've been in your community for over a year. No complaints, no problems. They screen 30 years old plus. If they're willing to go with a 2-year review, I could support that. So I just have to say I support the applicant.
Thank you for your comments. Chairman? Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Chairman, through you, just a few comments. I want to echo the same comments, and I did hear but loud and clear. I appreciate everybody coming out in the neighborhood. I usually side with the neighborhood, especially if there's complaints and so on and so forth, and that was one of the things that I was doing just now as I was hearing the neighbors come up. So just a little background, the short-term rentals were what was a conditional use permit, which is different than a special use permit, where business licensing would say, okay, you comply with all the rules and regulations, so we just are going to go ahead and grant you this short-term rental license. And then City Council come up with a new ordinance that said, okay, even if you have a license, you've been operating, and you've been doing everything correctly, now you have to go before the City Council or Planning Commission and City Council and get the short-term or the special use permit for the short-term rental. And one of the primary things that I always try to take a look at is, has there been complaints? Have the toys been stolen out of the neighbor's pool and put into your pool and things such as that? And, you know, if it's not within, I mean, if it's within 660 feet of another 600 feet, whatever it is, of another short-term rental, then I don't want to proliferate the area with a whole bunch of short-term rentals. You know, Vegas, like I say, is usually a little bit different than a lot of other cities like Washington, D.C. or Hawaii or other places where, you know, you go to relax. Sometimes you come out here to party, but I have a 4,200 square foot short-term rental that I'm going to be staying in Hawaii with an additional 2,000 square feet of balconies on this coming Saturday, and I'm going to be there with my retired parents, and they'll be there for a few days, and I'll be there with a retired judge for the rest of the time. So it's not just partiers that are going to these areas. However, I do support a administrative review, because if there starts to become an issue with this, then I think we should pull this back forward and take a look at this, and, you know, not subject these people to, you know, any kind of issues that might happen. But up until this point, none of them knew anything about it, because there's no code enforcement complaints. I was going to make a comment. Denise Ritz come up and made a comment, a very good comment earlier, and I apologize, Ms. Ritz. I was going to comment on something that you said, but you did have some very good comments that I just appreciate you coming forward, and your husband, all the other neighbors. And anyways, those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Creer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. You know, I think you guys have done it right, and you have gotten a license. You went through the process, and you got your business license, and a new ordinance came out, and now you're trying to comply with that. You know, I have a short-term rental directly across the street from my house, and I'll be honest, we haven't had any issues. I don't like a short-term rental directly across the street from my house. People change somewhat weekly, and I don't necessarily prefer that, but they also have a license. They've done what they needed to do to comply, and we haven't had any problems. And it doesn't sound like, even though this has been operating, you got your license in 12/16. I know you were under construction for a while, but you've only been operating for a few months.
Right.
We had somebody move in June of 16.
Okay.
Of 17, I apologize.
Okay, so...
June of 17 through now.
Thanks. So I haven't heard from the neighbors that there's been a lot of problems. If you've been to any of our planning commissions previously, then you'll know about problems with short-term rentals, and they are numerous. Sometimes neighbors are here till 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, waiting to express themselves because they are at their wits' end because they have a short-term rental that is not run properly and operated properly. And so I don't believe that the applicant should be penalized off of this new ordinance, and we should give you an opportunity to prove yourself and come back in front of this commission at a later date to, and hopefully the neighbors will come and see if you're operating the way you say you're operating. So I will be in support of it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Before we go to Commissioner Roush, Commissioner Slotman, you wanted to add one more thing?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I remember what I was until Ms. Ritz, and I apologize for my lapse in memory there for a second, but I think you made a comment, would I want a short-term rental across the street from me? No, I wouldn't want a short-term rental across the street from me if it was a party house, but we're not approving party houses or anything like that. Well, that's what business licensing will do. They will get up, and if y'all call and say, hey, we're having an issue with this, they'll shut them down. I mean, they're not going to be able to stay in business. I do have one 38 feet away from me, directly across the street. In 4 years, I think they rent their place out somewhere around $275 to $300 a night. And I don't know if they're legal or illegal. I'm sure the code enforcement and everybody else is listening to me right now. But I have not reported them because in like 3 or 4 years, I have not had a single problem. I didn't even know they were operating out there until one of my neighbors told me about it. And I built the community of 70 houses. And so, and we have 2 of them within that neighborhood. So that's all I wanted to say. Not that every short-term rental would be is great, but I don't mind having one next to me as long as it's being maintained properly.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roush?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm really torn on this because like my fellow commissioners have said, I very much side with the neighbors in the neighborhood. However, I've also listened very closely to what the rest of the commissioners have said tonight, and we do need good operators of these types of properties, and you appear to be a good operator. That said, the caveat is each of these decisions that we make is only as good as what happens from there forward. And we do have a mechanism for recourse, but we're still very much in the infancy of testing all of this process. I mean, it's a very delicate balance between the staff we have in code enforcement and the excellent job that they do every day and the number of overwhelming requests that we may or may not get if these things start to blow up in our face. So I look at this very much as a privilege license, and I mentioned that to your representative when I met with him this morning, Mr. Celeste. I don't think that this is a right to do business. I don't think that this is the only way of renting a property. You always have as recourse to rent it on a monthly basis. You don't have to have it as a short-term rental, and not all short-term rentals are appropriate in every neighborhood. So with that said, I'm also going to tell you that some of the comments that the neighborhood made tonight are sticking with me in a very resonating way, some things I'd never really given thought to before. For example, background checks, that's maybe a best practice that people might want to consider looking into just so that you have your own liability protected as well as that of the rest of your neighborhood. I know that a lot of folks who own rental properties do background checks. I know that I do them on my apartments. It's just a good standard operating procedure because then that way you would find out immediately rather than having to run the traps on sex offenders or anybody that's got any kind of a history or a background that should pop up immediately, any felons, things like that. The other thing that was brought up is the concept of should we have businesses operating in residential areas, and that's something that I very much have kind of a problem with trying to reconcile. It's a very difficult situation when you're putting a business entity an operation that's for-profit, that's really geared towards trying to make maximum profit, and that's what these short-term rentals are. I mean, honestly, and you know it and I know it, it's to make money. They're going to help retire your mortgage very quickly. The money involved is big. Again, it's a privilege to do this, and is it something that I really want to stick my neighbors with? And I'm very sympathetic to that. And so I'm really torn. I'm not really sure, you know, what I'm going to do on this application, and I'd really like to hear from Commissioner Quinn, because it's your ward. Thank you. And I'd really like your thoughts before I decide.
Before we turn it over to Commissioner Quinn, I had a few questions for staff. I understand it's an SUP. If there is an issue, there is that recourse that we could bring it back. For licensing, am I correct in saying that there's a process now that has fines that are associated specific to the house through a lien process? Please.
Mr. Chair, for the record, Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. Yes, we can always lien a property. Usually with code enforcement for an unlicensed business, if there's associated fines, they'll lien the property. With business licensing, we can also, now that they're licensed, we can associate fines with those, and usually we bring them before a hearing officer to try to get those fines paid. And we can fine them for up to $250 per day that they're in violation.
Okay, thank you. And then also for staff, is there an insurance requirement that's put forward on these?
Mr. Chair, again, for the record, Mary McElhone, yes, they do have an insurance requirement that they have to have for liability, and if you hold on just a second, I can tell you what it is. I believe it's $500,000 that they're required to have.
So in the event of an incident, a neighbor that's affected could essentially go towards the insurance?
If it's a covered event.
If it's a covered event. Okay, that's all the questions I had. Thank you. Commissioner Toussaint?
Boy, I tell you, I'm really stymied on this one. You meet all the warrants, you meet all the criteria, but I'm listening to the homeowners, and my heart goes out to the homeowners, because when I look at something that's on our agenda, I look at it as though I'm walking outside my front door every day, whether it's in my ward or not, and that's the only way I can look at things. And my heart goes out to these homeowners. I know exactly where they're at, and I have no idea what I'm going to do on this issue. I'm really torn. So I want to hear from Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. I have one more question for licensing. What is the process, again, on the record for everyone to hear if there is an event or complaint?
Mr. Chair, Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. So basically what happens is we have that short-term rental hotline, and that number is 702-229-3500. It's a 24 hours a day, 7 days a week hotline. And what we hope is that if there's any disturbance, whether it's trash or a party or anything, that they call the hotline number. We have licensed officers and code enforcement officers that basically are on standby even at 3 o'clock in the morning. They go out to the location, they verify that there's a disturbance, they write a civil fine to the owner of the location. If they are licensed in the business licensing code, if there are 2 violations within 2 years, the director of the planning department actually has the ability to revoke the license. It does not even have to go before City Council.
Thank you. Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Councilwoman Tarkanian wrote the ordinance, and she wrote it to read as 660 feet. And I have followed her ordinance to the letter of the law. The only time I haven't followed her ordinance is when neighbors have shown up and despaired over the use. But when the neighbors have showed up and have despaired or not liked the use, they had a lot of reasons. It wasn't a maybe, or they could, or they might. They had pictures. They had video. They had so much information that I would sit here and, after meeting with the applicant, say to myself, I just thought this was a great application, but the neighbors have shown me just cause why it's not. This neighborhood has not shown me just cause tonight why it's not. And my fellow commissioners will tell you I'm all about the neighbors, and I'm for the neighbors. But my buddy just said, picking up what you're putting down is that sign that went up. You people didn't even know they were operating for 1 year because there's not one code enforcement complaint. There's not one call to Metro. So what I'd like to do this evening, Mr. Celeste, is I'm going to make the motion this evening for approval on this short-term rental, which is not like me, you know. And I'm going to add 2 conditions to it. The first condition would be a 6-month review. And what that tells the neighbors is that if there's one code enforcement complaint, one call to Metro, within 6 months, it's going to come back here and their business life, it's going to be game over, okay? Because my councilwoman's directive is not at me personally of what to do, it's what I should do tonight. And what I should do tonight is approve this, because there's no complaints, there's no pictures, there's nothing, okay? So with that, I'm going to make the motion for approval on item number 50, SUP 72567. I'm going to add the condition for a 6-month review by code enforcement and the entities that involve in that. And also, I'm going to ask that you add a background check to your applicants. Is that okay with you, Mr. Celeste?
Yes.
Thank you. So my motion will be for
thank you.
approval of item SUP 72567, and that will go on to council, right?
Before we vote, Commissioner Schlotman, you had a comment?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman, for Vice Chair Quinn, I just want to clarify, when you say if there's one call to Metro, one call to code enforcement, one call to anybody, that, you know, it'll be revoked?
No,
Anybody
maybe not
can do that.
revoked, but
It
they'll
needs
be
to
back here.
Justified.
It'll be
a justified cause
Yes.
of
It- it would-
something actually happening.
Something actually happening, that it's going to be back in front of this planning commission in 6 months.
Thank you. All right.
And we'll be back here, me and you, Trinity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So that's my motion for approval on SUP 72567, adding those 2 conditions.
Yeah, if I may just get clarification, so the 6-month review, is that,
No pictures, no complaints, no
Unders-
garbage out, no parties, no videoing, the whole thing.
understood, is that a administrative?
Yes.
Or okay. And then number 2, the background check is on our,
Yes.
to add into our rental agreement for
Which she's
our
fine with.
potential renters.
That's right.
Okay.
Good to go?
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the item 50 will go forward to City Council on the April 18th, 2018 agenda for hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What number are we on?
I believe we're on item 29.
What number? 53. 53.
Okay, moving on to item number 29. VAR 72574, applicant LNS Group LLC, owner Paradise Plaza LLC, for possible action request for variance to allow 9 parking spaces where 12 parking spaces are required at 221 Paradise Road, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Related item SUP 72575, for possible action on request for special use permit for proposed 1,640 square foot massage establishment with waivers to allow a distance separation of 118 feet from a residential use where 400 feet is required, to allow a 478-foot distance separation from a massage establishment where 1,000 feet is required, to allow operating hours from 9 a.m. to 3 a.m. where 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. is allowed. Staff recommends denial. Can you get the staff report, please?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kirk Kennedy.
Need the staff
Thank you, I'm
report.
sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed use will be located within an established commercial development with retail and general office uses in close proximity. This use requires additional parking spaces above what the site can provide. In addition, the applicant has requested distance separation waivers from existing residential uses, another existing massage establishment, and hours of operation which do not comply with Title 19 requirements. This location is therefore not compatible with the intensity of the proposed massage establishment use. Staff recommends denial. Please note there were 5 additional protests received after publication.
Thank you. Can you get your name and address
Thank
for the
you.
record, please?
Thank you. Kirk Kennedy, my office is 815 South Casino Center. I'm counsel for the applicant in this case. I want to first address the issue of the variance. As staff has indicated in the report, the existing space only has 9 spaces, 9 designated parking spaces, including a handicap spot. I would note that in this location for this building, what's not included in that 9 is on the front of the building, right facing on the actual face of Paradise, are 2 additional spots, 2 additional parking spots that are not being counted in the 9. So in a sense, technically, this building has 11 actual parking spaces that can be utilized. We're asking for a variance because there are 9 designated spots. I just wanted the commission to keep in mind it does have these 2 additional locations for parking. Code talks about the fact that when you have a business of this type, you have to have 2 spaces for each room. The proposed use of this building has 6 proposed massage rooms, therapy rooms, but you're talking about something that's not practical. You don't have 2 customers in a room. You only have 1 customer in a room. At its busiest point, at its busiest hypothetical point, at most they can handle 6 customers in each of the 6 rooms, 1 at a time. With more than likely only 1 therapist, maybe 2 licensed massage therapists tops. So you're not talking about a business that has a high volume of traffic like a McDonald's, which is across the street where you have literally hundreds or thousands of cars every day. You're talking about very sporadic cars, very sporadic amounts of customers. Rarely, if ever, would you have a situation would you even have a full parking lot because, again, there's 6 rooms, only 1 customer per room. That's 6 spaces. That's 6 spaces that are needed. Plus 1 or 2 for staff. There's 8 spaces. That's all this building requires. Now, under Title 19, it talks about justification for a variance is where or at least one circumstance is where the strict application of the zoning variance results in an exceptional or peculiar circumstance affecting the applicant. This is precisely that scenario. To impose the 12-space requirement on this type of business that doesn't have that customer volume and has 6 massage rooms with only one contemplated customer in the room, it's an onerous requirement that we're requesting this variance for, especially in light of the fact that, as I said, the location actually has 11 parking spots. So I think when you look at this variance request and what Title 19 talks about as far as the requirements of the variance, this is not something that it's a use that will not harm the natural resources in the area. It says not detrimental to the public good, or it's harmonious to the community as far as the parking spaces. I mean, when you look at what the Title 19 requires on a variance, the strict application of it, I think, would do unjust harm to my client and to this proposed business use that they have. So we are asking for the variance to allow it to go forward with the 9 spaces. The companion applications for the special use permit, and just to address a couple of things, I would note that when we did the application in the justification letter, which came from my office, we mentioned a request to alter the hours. Instead of the designated hours by city code, we made a request for 9 a.m. to 3 a.m. That was merely a request. When you read the report, it looks as though that's our only consideration. That was just a proposal. And how it's been characterized in the report from staff is that we will accept nothing less than those hours, which is ridiculous. We said in the justification letter, which is part of the packet, that we would comply with city code. If city code wants us to stick to those hours from, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. at night, then that's it. It was just a request. One could say you can always ask. And so we ask doesn't mean you get. And so it was just put in the letter. It doesn't mean that that's the only thing that we would accept. If the commission will see to it to allow the special use permit to go through with the normal code hours as required by the city, that's fine. So we don't have an issue with that. So when we come to the issue of the distance requirements, the business itself, I would note that before we came here, for 4 years, this business location was Superior Foot Spa. It was a reflexology business for 4 years. Licensed from 2011 to sometime in 2017, the building was closed or shut down. I don't know the circumstances of its closing. But for 4 years in this community, which is a very commercial area, you have shopping centers across the street. It's Paradise and Sahara. You got the SLS casino there. You got a Starbucks beside it. You got legal offices next to it. You have other commercial buildings all up and down the street. The detriment is that right behind this building to the east, there's a very old neighborhood that a number of people, the protest cards are probably coming from. But this same neighborhood has, and on this street, there is indeed another massage business. there was this reflexology business that was there for 4 years and was allowed to operate, apparently with no concern. Precedent is something that can be considered by the Commission. Title 19 talks about that. It's not determinative. Just because something was allowed before doesn't mean it's allowed again, but it's a factor to consider. The factor that this a business, a similar type business, was allowed to operate for 4 years in this location. There is another massage business less than 1,000 feet. It exists, and there it is right up the street. But this is a high-traffic, high-volume area. These businesses are, of course, on the city's radar for a number of reasons. They're on the radar of business licensing and the licensing officers, so we're certainly aware of that. My clients are trying to do this the right way. They're trying to make this opportunity work and do it without any problems. It can be done without any problems. I know that because I have clients who've done it. And they're not in front of the Commission. They're not in front of business licensing in the city or the county with their licenses in jeopardy. There are some bad apples in the bunch, but that doesn't make it a whole bushel of evil. And so we're requesting the Commission to grant the variance request for the arguments I submitted, as well as the special use permit. If the hours of operation is an issue, we would waive that at this time, and we would stick with the normal city code hours if that's what you would impose. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you.
Turn this over to the public. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one from the public, I will close that portion and turn it over to the commissioners for discussion, starting with Commissioner DeSalvio.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I missed your name.
Oh, Kirk Kennedy.
Kirk Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, I'm just trying to wrap my head around it, only because that establishment looks really, really familiar to me. Was it not maybe a couple months ago where a lady was trying to reopen a massage parlor that was shut down for prostitution? Is this the location?
I don't know if that's the location or not. I mean, that's not my clients. This is a new business idea, a new business venture. So the only thing I know is from business licensing that it was operated as a reflexology business for 4 years. Now, if someone was in the intervening time had done something, then that's on them. That's not my clients. That's not our application.
In case I stretch too far, let me know, okay? I'm just trying to, so your client that you're representing right now, did they purchase this property with the goal in order to turn it into a massage parlor?
They have a lease for the property, and the idea is to, if they're properly licensed, to open it as a properly licensed massage establishment. Right now, it's nothing. It's an empty shell, and they're paying several $1,000s a month for property they can't use.
Okay, no, I'm good right now.
Thank you. Any other comments? You know, I will start off by saying, with regard to item number 29, I don't have an issue with that, understanding how parking is in that area with the building. Where I won't be supporting is number 30 with the SUP. It's just something, you know, you said all the bad apples, you know, and I realize there's a lot of great operators out there. Unfortunately, all the bad apples fell in this area over time. There's just been a host of issues up and down this street. And it's made it difficult. It'd be like if we had a short-term renter, went through a host of problems, and they left, and the next person came in and put the application, and this neighborhood kept going through this process. I feel the same way about the business, and I feel like there is a good transition happening in that neighborhood with businesses and concern with neighbors, and so with that, I do have one more question for licensing. I realize this is a new applicant, but at that location, what's gone on at that location?
Mr. Chair, for the record, Mary McElhone. So at this location, we've had a reflexology establishment. They actually closed out their license in January 17th of 2018. The only other items we've had, this was reflexology. They were caught twice and quite a few years ago where they were advertising and providing massages without a massage establishment license. But you are correct. This area of Paradise Road has been a concern with some establishments, massage establishments, being havens for prostitution with human trafficking. Commissioner DeSalvio is recalling 2120 Paradise Road, which was before Planning Commission September 12th, and that special use permit was denied. That was a location that we had issues with human trafficking and prostitution. There's also another location as well.
I think we're going a little beyond.
No, I understand. I realize it's not the applicant that's put forward. It's more to my point of a neighborhood that's turning in a certain direction, that's had a history of a lot of problems, and I realize this is a new application. Again, I don't have an issue with 29, but I do have an issue with the special use permit that's being put
Mr. Chair,
forward.
if I could just clear one thing up, and maybe the planning director can clear it up as well. I don't think you could approve 29 without 30, because
I understand.
Okay.
I just want to just go on the record and, just let it be known I don't have an issue with that particular thing. I realize that. Anyone else in the commission like to be heard? Commissioner Slavin?
Okay, yes, Chairman, through you, I agree. I mean, this is a very sensitive area, area that I have been paying really close attention to over the past couple of years. We've seen liquor applications and so on and so forth come forward before us, and we've fought this left and right for the number of the years for Beverly Green and for everybody else within the neighborhoods. And, there are a few massage parlors. I mean, I don't know if we necessarily can, look at this based on, I know we can't look at this based on the operator, but when I seen this, I didn't think that the 29 was a big issue. 12 parking spaces or 9 parking spaces where 12 was required. It backs up to, professional office and other uses such as that. However, and it has been a massage establishment in the past. And code enforcement, I've had plenty of conversations about, shutting down other establishments within that corridor that aren't, playing by the rules, and they have. And I could tell you stories, but I'm not going to tell you stories tonight. However, I don't mind going and getting a massage in an open room where there's no private rooms. And the problem that I do have is the hours of operation from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., where, the applicant was wanting to go from 9 a.m. till 3 a.m. I understand that there might be certain people that work on the Strip that want to get off work and go have a massage at 3 a.m., but there's also a lot of people in Las Vegas, and you're real close to SLS and other places that might want to go that have other intentions at that hour. So if we could go ahead and keep it to the 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., I'd be open to it. If not, I'm going to vote this entire application down.
Thank you. Commissioner Creer, I saw you had your light on earlier. Did you want to?
I did, but I was also thinking that agenda item number 30 should come before item 29. We should probably vote on 30 before we voted on 29. And although we can't, this applicant could be the best applicant that comes in front of us, we do have the ability to vote on if we want this type of business back in that neighborhood. And the neighborhood is coming about, downtown is coming about, and I'm not sure that's the best use for that building. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Commissioner Schlotman, did you want to put a motion forward?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify regarding the order of operation here. So the variance can be acted on if you don't approve the use, then the variance goes away, but you can't approve the use without the variance. So you do need to act on the variance first, so that then you can substantiate that the parking is sufficient to then approve the use if that were to be the case. Regardless of the motion, the variance should come first, then the special use permit. If the variance for whatever reason is recommended for approval, and the special use permit is recommended for denial, that is how it would go forward to the city council as that type of recommendation. And if ultimately the special use permit is denied, then the variance would go away.
Sure. Maybe the plan director can explain, how do you have a variance without a use attached to it that you're varying the parking from?
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, this is a weird catch-22. You can't approve the use unless you've approved the reduction in the parking, but you can't have a parking variance that's tied to a use, because otherwise you don't have a parking standard to apply that you're then varying from. So admittedly, it is a catch-22, but based on the discussion, I don't know if it's going to be an issue ultimately, but I'll leave that to your discretion as legal.
We'll just go ahead and vote 29 and 30 is in order, Chairman.
Commissioner Roush, did you want to?
I was just going to agree with council and with Commissioner Creer. I mean, I just think that it puts us all in a bad position, and it's a leading indicator of which way our vote's going, and I'd rather vote on the use first and vote on the parking second. I mean, I don't want to have people voting on parking because they already know they're going to vote no on the use, or vice versa, yes on the use, and then yes on the parking. I mean, I just think that it's out of order.
Mr. Chair, I guess you could make your approval of, if you wanted to vote approval on 30, you could make it conditional upon it getting a variance, and then you'd vote on the variance, and you'd determine whether or not you'd grant that. If that's not granted, then the use goes away as well.
Okay. So it sounds like we can hear item 30 with a condition.
Do 30 first with a condition that you have to get the variance for parking since it's parking deficient, and then you'll vote on number 29.
Okay.
Then up and down. If that one doesn't pass, then they're both denied.
Great. Who would like to make a motion?
I will. Trinity, did you want to?
Commissioner Quinn? Vice Chair Quinn?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Trinity. I didn't see your...
Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Chairman, through you, on item number 29, VAR 72574, move to approve to allow 9 parking spaces where 12 parking spaces are required based on testimony that was stated tonight.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I think we're doing 30 first with a conditional. If you're going to vote approval on 30, you would then make it conditional that it must get a variance, and then you'll vote on 29 after that. So 30's first.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Scott. On item number 30, SUP 72575, subject to staff's conditions for the special use permit relating to VAR 72574, I'd move to approve amended condition number 3, where it states that a waiver from Title 19.12 is hereby approved to allow a distance separation of 118 feet from a residential use where 400 feet is required, to allow 478 distance separation from such establishment where 1,000 feet is required, and then strike, and to allow, strike the portion that says to allow operating hours from 9 a.m. to 3 a.m., and leave the section that says where 6 a.m. to, or where 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. is allowed. We'll just make, just to clarify, to allow the operating hours to be from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., which is allowed per city code. Do you agree?
Sounds good.
And then also requiring the variance for parking.
And then I'm all require a condition that VAR 72574 is approved as a condition of this SUP. Do you agree to that amendment?
Yes, sir.
And condition? Okay, motion for approval is on the floor. Please cast your vote.
There is a motion for approval on item number 30. Please cast your vote. That motion doesn't carry.
We'll need to do one in the alternative, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Can I get another motion? Commissioner Quinn?
Commissioner Toussaint would like to.
Commissioner Toussaint, excuse me. Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. Regarding item number 30, my motion is for denial of SUP 72575.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. Item 29.
Thank you for your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Regarding item number 29, the variance 72574, my recommendation is for denial as well, sir.
There's a
Thank you.
motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. We are going to take a quick break. We're at 2 hours. Be back here in a few minutes. Thank you. All right, we're going to call the meeting back to order. And we are on item number 31. Item 31 is VAR 72581, applicant owner Stratosphere Gaming LLC for possible action or request for a variance to allow a 0-foot setback where 5 feet is required, and to allow a 60-foot height where 40 feet is the maximum allowed for 2 proposed freestanding signs at 2000 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Related item number 32, MSP 72582, for possible action or request for a master sign plan for an existing hotel casino, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing a themed sign plan for the current Stratosphere Resort property that consists of various illuminated and animated signs, mostly visible from Las Vegas Boulevard. The Las Vegas Boulevard Scenic Byway Overlay District requires all signs contained therein to provide exposed neon illumination, animation, or a combination of the two on at least 75% of the sign surface area. In this case, approximately 70% of the sign area consists of animated LED message units. A waiver of the 75% requirement is scheduled to be heard by the Downtown Design Review Committee on March 20th. In addition, 2 of the proposed freestanding signs exceed the 40-foot height allowance, and several of the signs encroach into the adjacent parcels, requiring a variance. The setback variance is warranted as the existing buildings and structures are already situated on multiple parcels, which can be consolidated through an administrative mapping action. However, staff finds no hardship warranting the 2 freestanding signs to exceed the 40-foot height restriction. Therefore, denial is recommended for both the variance and master sign plan.
Thank you.
Note that there were 3 additional protests and 7 approvals received after publication.
Thank you. Before I turn it over, I'd like to disclose that I have an interest in a property on Las Vegas Boulevard in Hoover. I don't feel this will affect me in any greater way, so we'll be voting on this application tonight.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I also have a disclosure that I've known Blake and Dilly Sartini for over 35 years. I have not had a social or a friendship with them for over 10. So I will be voting on this evening, Mr. Higgins. Thank you.
Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Sean Higgins, 6595 South Jones, Chief Legal Officer of Golden Entertainment. Chairman Curry, Planning Commission members, we are before you today on 3 variances, and really those variances, the first one has to do with setback from lot lines, and the fact of the matter is the variance has to do with the fact that the Stratosphere itself sits on several parcels, all of which we own. It is not a setback from any other individual property owner's property, so that's the first variance. The fact of the matter is, obviously, when we purchased this about 4 months ago, it has been like that since it was built in the 1990s, and it has sat on several parcels since that date. So the fact of the matter is, every sign that's there today is subject to the same setback variance. So that's the first variance we're here for tonight, and that's all that is. The second is with regard to the height of 2 signs that we've requested to have in at the front of the building, portage share, 40 feet to 60 feet. We believe that these are justified as we sit on Las Vegas Boulevard. We are a resort casino. We compete against every casino to the south of us, and anything south of Sahara, it has these type of signs. As a matter of fact, we are well within our total signage. We have actually hundreds of thousands of feet of additional signs that we could request on the building because we have that much sign allowance. The third variance is really, and I think staff said that the downtown Scenic Byway folks were going to take a look at this. The fact of the matter is, neon is a aging technology. LED is a new technology. So the third variance is simply to allow LED, which is as animated as neon, which actually is more robust as neon, here instead of a neon. So those are 3 variances. There are no other variants we're requesting. But I do want to point out, first off, I believe because of our location on Las Vegas Boulevard, there should be no issues. But I do want to point out, and we did have our sign company take some photos just so you can see, and it's the name from the street it's at, the fact of the matter is, from those neighborhoods, the signage we're talking about is on the main level as you walk, as you're coming up Las Vegas Boulevard. So it's on the first, second, third floor. You don't see those signage from these neighborhoods. It's situated toward Las Vegas Boulevard. It takes the place of signage that is there today in the identical position. So I do want to bring it up to you. And finally, just for the Planning Commission, the nearest home is 853 feet from the nearest sign that we're proposing to put up. We own the property all to the east on the other side of Las Vegas Boulevard. So based on all of these, I think this is a wholly appropriate request, and I would ask for Planning Commission's approval on these items, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this? Please come up to the microphone. We have 3 microphones. Need your name and address for the record.
My name's Michelle Laramie. I live at 556 Ellen Way, and I'm the secretary with the Beverly Green Neighborhood Association. Our president couldn't be here tonight, so I'm filling in. And really, our concern is that we would have liked a neighborhood meeting on this item. I know that the applicant doesn't feel like this will have a lot of impact, but many of the residents have disagreed with that. The signage will in fact be seen from the neighborhood. I do have just a couple photos to kind of demonstrate how visible the property is from the neighborhood. And the neighbor's concern is really that there may be an increase in light pollution and just an overall visual change to what they see from their backyard, also while sitting inside their houses. The properties that are south of St. Louis in the Paradise Village portion of Beverly Green have a direct kind of parallel sight line to the property. These signs that are proposed on the actual hotel structure will be very visible to those properties. So we're asking that the item be obeyed until a neighborhood meeting can be held, that residents can properly express their concerns, and that perhaps some compromises or at least explanations can be given so that residents feel a little bit more comfortable about this going forward.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name's Heidi Swank. I'm at 546 Barbara Way, and I'm a resident of the Beverly Green Neighborhood Association. So one of the things I wanted to point out that the photo that Mr. Higgins showed was a picture from Santa Rita, which is 2 streets over. So there are 2 more streets that are closer to the stratosphere. There's Santa Paula and Santa Clara, and I own a house on Santa Paula. So one of the concerns we have is that, as you can see from this picture, and this picture here is also from Santa Rita, is that the stratosphere does kind of fill the view of a lot of these houses. They're very small houses. And from the house that I own on Santa Paula, there are there's the living room and 2 bedrooms. 2 of the 3 bedrooms view onto Santa Paula and are filled by the view of the stratosphere, which we knew when we bought the house. But if we're going to have these 2 very large signs, it's going to significantly increase the amount of light that is going to come out of the stratosphere onto the house and really impact the experience of being in that house. So the neighborhood has a long history of working with applicants. We know where we live. We know we live off of Las Vegas Boulevard, but I think a neighborhood meeting is really in order. We know that we try to be good neighbors and try to be reasonable and work with folks who are on the Strip, but we also ask that those large hotels equally be good neighbors and not impinge upon their neighbors' quiet enjoyment of their homes. So one of our other concerns with this is that if we have a lot of light coming into these homes, we're going to have a lot more curtains closed, which means many fewer eyes on the street. And that is something that in our neighborhood, which is in a bit of a transition, we really need to make sure we have folks who have eyes on the street. So we are asking that this be obeyed so that the neighborhood can meet with the applicant and kind of sort out some path forward on the project.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing portion, turn it over to Mr. Higgins for rebuttal, if you'd like.
Again, thank you, Chairman Sean Higgins again. Again, by the very nature of this property, there is signage on the legs of the Stratus right now. We are replacing that with a new sign. The fact is there are signs currently at the front of the building. We are replacing with new. We're trying to upgrade this property. Obviously, this location on Las Vegas Boulevard is in one of the, unfortunately, Ms. Swank used transitional. We're trying to be the transition for that Las Vegas Boulevard. This is the commercial corridor. This is the north end of the Las Vegas Strip. This is the gateway to downtown Las Vegas. We're trying to do things to improve that property, to bring additional businesses and business opportunities to that location. And this is our first step in doing so. There'll be many more steps at the property with improvements on the interior and other places, but this is our first step, and we think again, this is appropriate, and especially when you look at what the 3 variances we're asking for are. And I think that is important because depending on what type of variance we're here before tonight, there may be a difference, but the fact is these variants really don't have a direct effect except for because of the downtown overlay district. The other 2 really do not, but I'm happy to answer any questions. We would like this item to move forward this evening, if we could.
Thank you for that. All right, we will turn it over to the commissioners. And I had a question for staff. What is the regulation with light pollution, and how is that handled? Isn't there something with brightness?
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, we don't have a specific standard for light pollution. We do have a standard for the brightness of animated signs, which is 300 nits.
That's
but
what I
no
was getting at.
specifics. There's no mention of light pollution as part of that.
But brightness essentially leads to what could be light pollution, I guess. However it's looked at. Okay, I was just wanted for clarity. So it's 300 is the limit. I remember we've talked about it before with signage on this commission on Las Vegas Boulevard. I will say, I look at a package like this, and to me, it's what's important is scale, and I think the scale is proper on the building with the property. Obviously, hearing the neighbors' concerns, the couple that came out, there's concerns there, but I think that this application is an appropriate application, and I think as we talked about one of the applications on Paradise that we're trying to make a better neighborhood there, I think I agree that this will be one of the drivers of making it a better neighborhood as there's an improvement to this property. So it will be seeing my support tonight. Commissioner Quinn?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I agree with my chairman, Mr. Cherry. The fact is that it's a new operator, but not a new guy in town. And the fact is that he's a very successful operator that has done a lot of great things with other properties in the city and probably outlining states. In order for the Stratosphere to become a monumental property, it needs monumental change, and this is what I see as the start of that. This application will see my full support this evening, Mr. Higgins. Thank you.
Commissioner Toussaint?
This is my old neighborhood. I grew up there. I grew up in that side of town. I also grew up where Fairfield Park is, which is not there anymore. But this is a commercial entity, and I understand that the light pollution is going to affect the homeowners, but with saying that, I don't think we can penalize the operator for the light pollution that they're going to have in the neighborhood. So you'll have my support on this tonight. Thank you.
Commissioner DeSalvio?
To me, it is harmonious and compatible. If you look at the, starting from Sahara on down, everybody is conforming to the LED, and they're moving up. I think, if I'm not mistaken, isn't there some type of ordinance in place for the new signage that they're asking for from Sahara heading north on Las Vegas Boulevard?
And Mr. Chairman, through you to the Commissioner, there's not a new ordinance at this time, no.
Is there something, if I can, is there something in the works to that nature?
Not to my knowledge, no. Through the
Commissioner
chair.
DeSalvio, maybe you can speak about the scenic byway. Maybe that's what you're thinking on Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yeah, I mean, there have been discussions on clarifying what the code already says with regard to the neon and the LED and the animation, because that word is already in the code, the combination of animation and neon. But there isn't an ordinance on the table or just in discussion at this point. Yeah.
All right, thank you for the clarification. With that said, I do believe this is harmonious and compatible to what's going on in the community along the Strip corridor, so I could tell you that I would support it.
Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman, through you. You know, I once sat on the DDRC, and we approved the big Walgreens sign on Sahara and Charleston. However, this is something that's been requested by, you know, my neighborhood, which I represent, to have a meeting on. So even though I don't feel that, I feel that the overall intent and the look of what you're providing versus what is on site today, I feel that, you know, the neighbors should have a voice and should be able to see what's going on and to see how much light pollution is going to happen within the neighborhood. And considering that it hasn't even been before the DDRC yet, and that's not scheduled to be heard until 3/20/2018, I couldn't support it unless the neighborhood meeting's been held. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Roush.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, to the neighborhood comments that were made earlier, Ms. Swank, I wanted to make sure that you understand that I feel very strongly about neighbors and light pollution. I had an item before the Planning Commission a few months back regarding a sign at the JW Marriott on Summerlin Parkway that I fought very hard for the nits, the glow that will go across the golf course there. That sign was built, and I'm already getting complaints. So I already know that situation. I'm very familiar with it. That situation was a little different because there was nothing to obstruct that light at all. It went straight across the golf course to those neighbors' living rooms, bedrooms, et cetera. I drove this neighborhood. Yes, I agree that on Paradise Road there might be an impact straight across the vacant lots, but when you get over to Santa Clara and some of the other streets, the sign would literally have to be almost at the 10th floor level for it to reach the neighbors. That doesn't mean that I'm not sympathetic to what you're saying. But that said, I want to make a few points for the record. I'm very sensitive to this area. It's a blighted area. I own property in this area, very further north, but still, this area is something I drive through all the time. And I'm delighted to see the improvements to the stratosphere. I think it's time we brought it into the 21st century, and I applaud Blake Sartini for buying it. I don't know him personally very well. I just know him from business, but he's a quality operator, and he's bought numerous properties in this valley, and every single one of them are always a reflection of his taste and commitment to being a good operator. And I think Commissioner Quinn mentioned the same thing. I think it will bring a lot of positive traffic and visits to the area. I think it's sorely needed progress that the area desperately needs, and the rising tide of this will lift hopefully more ships, because this is really an area that we need to figure out how to bridge, and that's what the Scenic Byway is supposed to create: more signage, more excitement, so that people at the north end of the Strip have a reason that's compelling to continue forward, to continue north and make it all the way downtown to Fremont Street. There's not a lot happening in this area, and I hope this will continue to kick that off. So I'll be supporting this tonight.
Thank you. Any other comments on the commission?
Thank you. Ready?
Commissioner Quinn, you have a comment?
No.
You want to make a motion?
Sure. No comments. Thank you. Regarding variance 72581, my motion is for approval this evening.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you. Regarding MSP 72582, my motion is for approval this evening as well. Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those actions are final this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Moving on to item number 33 through 39 that I'm going to read in. VAR 72593, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action request for variance to allow the parking lot in the building to not be orientated towards the street front and street corner where such is required, and to allow no pedestrian open space or plazas where such is required at the southwest corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Four Master Lane. Ward 5, staff recommends approval. Item 34, SUP 72591, for possible action or request for a special use permit for a rescue mission or shelter for the homeless use. Ward 5, staff recommends approval. Item number 35, SDR 72594, for possible action or request for a site plan development review for a proposed 5,845 square foot rescue mission. Ward 5, staff recommends approval. Item number 36, VAR 72609, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action or request for variance to allow a lot coverage of 56%, where 50% is the maximum allowed at 1401 North Las Vegas Boulevard. Ward 5, staff recommends approval. Item number 37, VAR 72610, for possible action or request for variance to allow an 8-foot tall perimeter wall within the front yard setback area where 5 feet is allowed. Staff recommends approval. Item number 38, SUP 72608, for possible action or request for a special use permit for a rescue mission or shelter for the homeless use. Ward 5, staff recommends approval. And item number 39, SDR 72611, for possible action request for a site development plan review for a proposed 11,349 square foot rescue mission with the waivers to allow a 10-foot perimeter landscape buffer along the east property line where 15 feet is required, a 0-foot buffer along the north property line where 8 feet is required, and a 0-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the south property line where 8 feet is required. Ward 5, staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a rescue mission at the southwest corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Four Master Lane. The proposed facility will be constructed in 2 phases. The first phase is directly at the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Four Master Lane and will provide 2 buildings and the parking for the entire project. The second phase is adjacent to the south of the site and will provide 1 building and several shade structures. The proposal requires variance for the existing building, which is not oriented towards the street frontage, and the lack of provision for pedestrian plazas. There's special use permits on both sites for the rescue mission use and site development plan reviews for both sites for the development of those sites. Staff is recommending approval. Please note there were no additional letters of protest or support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Commissioners. Jocelyn Blewett Fisher, City of Las Vegas, Office of Community Services. My office is at City Hall here at 495 South Main Street.
Thank you.
Sam Tolman, Architecture Project Manager, 333 North Rancho. I'm with Capital Project Management and under Public Works, and we agree with all staff's recommendations.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission for discussion. Anyone have any comments? Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I wasn't part of the discussion to create the Hope Corridor, I do believe that it is a good start, and this phase 1 of multiple phases. Unsure how this helps the homeless corridor up off of F Street and Bonanza, Rancho, and Bonanza areas that are also included in Ward 5, but I think it'll help with the corridor around Four Master and Las Vegas Boulevard and around the Catholic Charities, but I'm not sure how it helps with the rescue mission.
Sure, if I can answer your question.
Please.
So in addition to the creation of the courtyard area, we also have attached to this project several outreach teams, which do frequent not only the F Street area, other areas of Ward 5, but all throughout the city, with the goal being that the outreach teams will go out and engage with homeless clients that are living on the streets or in places not meant for human habitation, and encourage them and transport them to the courtyard to receive services.
We should have a separate conversation. I mean, I think this is moving forward, right? I would like to see it moving forward because I do think it helps and it's part of the solution, or part of the part of the solution to the problem. I'm not sure if it's the ultimate solution to the problem. And I think I'd love to have a further conversation regarding that and what the overall master plan, even though I've read about it, but what that might be. So you'll see my support.
Commissioner Rausch.
I want to make a couple of comments, and I want to say for the record that I sit on the Mayor's Homelessness Committee as well as the Sub-Finance Committee, and I think it is a wonderful project that Jocelyn can answer a lot of good questions for. This is just the very first step, right, Jocelyn, in a very multi-layered, multifold program that involves transitional housing and involves bringing other services to the table. We've worked for a very long time to bring all of the stakeholders in the neighborhood together, and this has really taken a long and arduous effort to bring everyone just to this point, to get people like Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, all the major stakeholders, Shade Tree, to the table to say, okay, here's how we can all work together. One of the challenges we face, and it happened at City Council last year, was, we're going to put $5 million towards this project to get it off the ground and running, but what's City of North Las Vegas doing? What's Clark County doing? These are all things that we're talking about on a regular basis, and on the Finance Committee, it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we find permanent financing for this so that it can be successful. But right now, as a community and as a planning commission, it's important to understand that we have a burgeoning homeless problem where we're in the top 10 in the country amongst cities that are much larger than us, cities of 5 million plus, 10 million plus, and we're, a very small community of only about 700,000, and City of Las Vegas proper is thrown into that mix with those very large cities that have problems that are really incomprehensible. I was just in Seattle. I can't believe the problems they've got there. We're trying to get ahead of this. If Metro has a place to take folks, then that's the first step. And maybe, Jocelyn, it'd be important if you could maybe take the Planning Commission just briefly through what the overall vision is, and then I want to reinforce to everyone how important it is that we find permanent funding for this, because this is really an extraordinary first step that other cities aren't taking. I'm really proud of what this committee's been able to achieve so far.
Thank you, Commissioner Rausch. So the overall vision for the courtyard is to provide a safe haven for the homeless clients, a place for them to be. Right now, we are playing what I call a game of whack-a-mole. We don't want them on our streets. We don't want them in the alleys. We don't want them in front of businesses. But human beings don't evaporate just because you don't want them to be someplace. So this becomes that someplace, that safe zone where clients can come. In addition to that, it also will provide access to resources. Traditionally, what happens is when a homeless client is sent out to connect with resources, they're given a bus pass and they navigate through the community on their own. This site will bring resources directly to the clients so that they can access the resources and services that they need in a one-stop shop type complex, so that the navigation through the community doesn't become a barrier to accessing the services they need to become self-sufficient. The goal is eventually this site will be open 24 hours a day. So once clients come, and it is a low barrier shelter as well, so instead of frisking, we won't check bags, we don't care if you're intoxicated or if you're drunk or if you're high. If you can come on property and follow basic rules, you're welcome to come and stay with us and access services.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
For you, one of my other concerns is that I'm not sure why Ward 5 has to be the ultimate saving grace point for all of the homelessness in Las Vegas, in downtown Las Vegas. If you look at the Rescue Mission, if you look at Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, and then now this, they're all within one ward, as if there's no other wards in the city of Las Vegas. And I have issue with that, and I would want to understand why that is, right? Why is there such a high density of the homeless shelters and the feeding facilities all in Ward 5? There are other wards in Las Vegas.
So, Commissioner, I can't address what was there before us. What I can say is that this courtyard is designed to be a complement to the agencies that are already there and not to create competition. We want to bring in additional resources that are either extremely limited in that area or that don't exist at all. This is modeled after a campus in San Antonio called Haven for Hope, where they have created a really one-stop shop with housing included to address their homelessness problem. With the creation of the courtyard and their whole Haven for Hope campus, they were able to reduce their street homelessness by 80%. We are working very closely with our neighbors in that area to make sure that the services we're bringing in and the resources that we are bringing in are also a complement to and not in competition with, so that we are not creating additional shelter beds or mass community feeding programs or any of that. This is truly a resource center to help connect people to services that don't exist in that area.
And that's great, but I can tell you that Ward 5, I'm sure, I know is willing to play its role in helping that, but Ward 5 shouldn't be the only and ultimate solution to solving this issue.
And we completely agree.
So as we move forward, conversations potentially could change that are going to try to better understand why Ward 5 has been designated as the ultimate saving ground for the homeless population, and what other wards can do to shoulder the burden and to assist the entire city of Las Vegas to do its best to humanitarianly deal with the homeless population. Ward 5 will play its role, but Ward 5 shouldn't play 100% of the role.
Understood. And as Commissioner Rouse was mentioning before, we are right-sizing this campus for what we feel will be able to accommodate the clients that currently exist in the Corridor of Hope, as well as in the downtown area. We are hoping that this will be a model that other jurisdictions or other areas of the city will adopt so that we can see courtyards developed across all of Southern Nevada. We know that this will never be able to accommodate the 3,000 plus homeless individuals who are sleeping on our streets every night, but this is right size for the area that it exists in right now.
Thank you. Commissioner Slavin?
Yes, Chairman, I'll keep my comments brief. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a great project, and looking through it and talking to Fred Solis, one of our city planners, who explained this to me after me being up for about 36 hours reading my backup and working on other city projects all throughout the evening. I think it's a great project, and I do agree with Commissioner Creer that not everything should go into Ward 5, but also this is only about 4 blocks outside of my ward. So, and I drove up the street just a couple days ago and seeing all the homeless tents and everything else, and it saddens me to see everybody just sitting on the streets with blankets over their top of their head while they're trying to sleep. So I would like to see if the two of you could get with city staff and get my telephone number and see if we can have set up a meeting at some point, because not saying that I'm willing to take on everything, but I would like to see if there's some kind of public-private participation or partnership that we can come up with, and see if there's anything that our organization and all the organizations that I own and represent could do to help your organization out as well. So, and I'd love to learn more about it, but I think it's a lot bigger conversation on where we put all these places throughout the city than what we can hear tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Toussaint?
Well, there's no denial that we do have a homeless problem, and I think this is a great start. Without the start, you can't help anybody, and I think this is a fabulous project, and thank you very much for doing it, and you'll have my support. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question for Mr. Tolman. On item number 33, the variance, you're taking down a building in the front, correct? And you're rehabbing the one that's behind it to the west? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And then on the 8-foot wall where 5 foot is allowed, is that see-through? When I look in the elevation, I wasn't clear. I see it's decorative in nature, but
It's opaque. It's not necessarily
right.
a block wall, but it's opaque to help separate the homeless there from not only the street. We want to do the same thing from the funeral home that's on the other side. So that was the approach.
Okay, but the fence that looks like wrought iron on Las Vegas Boulevard, is that what's going there?
Yes, but it's opaque by the decor that's on it.
Okay, the design looks very nice. I was curious to see on the variance. Okay, I didn't have any more questions. Like to hear a motion, Commissioner Creer?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Agenda item 33, VAR 72593, I move for approval.
Motion's on the floor, please cast your vote. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 34, SUP 72591, I also move for approval.
There's a motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item 35, SDR 72594, I move for approval.
There's a motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item 36, VAR 72609, I move for approval.
There's a motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item 37, VAR 72610, I move for approval.
Motion's on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chair, agenda item 38, SUP 72608, I move for approval.
There's a motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Lastly, agenda item 39, SDR 72611, I move for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Creer. Motion's on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 33 through 39 are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you, and Commissioners, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 40, VAR 72572, applicant owner Chetek Development Corporation for possible action request for variance to allow an 871 square foot signage area where 576 square feet is the maximum allowed, to allow a 30-foot distance separation from an existing freestanding sign where 100 feet is the minimum required, and to allow a 55-foot tall freestanding where 40 feet is the maximum allowed at 2233 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing a freestanding sign in the Fun City development. The proposed sign exceeds the maximum sign area by over 50% and the maximum sign height by 37%. The proposed sign also does not meet distance separation requirements from an existing monument sign on site. Staff finds no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance and recommends denial. Please note there were additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Doug Rankin, 1055 Whitney Ranch Road, Henderson, Nevada. Mr. Chairman, we've met with the Beverly Greens neighborhood representatives that are here tonight, and we're going to request an abeyance for 30 days so we can meet with them and discuss the sign in more detail so that we can address any concerns they may have.
Okay. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Your name and address, please, for the record.
Hi, my name's Michelle Laramie. I live at 556 Ellen Way, and again, I'm the secretary with Beverly Green. And as the applicant said, we had talked to him earlier. We are requesting an abeyance. We have some concerns specifically about, while I know the sign technically meets, I believe, the scenic byway, we don't believe it's keeping in the spirit, and we would like to talk with the applicant and go over some of our concerns before it moves forward.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one else, is there anything you'd like to add, Mr. Rankin?
Not at this time, thank
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
I will turn it over to the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I just want to make a comment. You know, I'm not opposed to it being abated, but I will say this. I mean, this is the Las Vegas Strip, right? And I'm all for preservation. I am all for maintaining the integrity of our neighborhoods. I live in an older neighborhood, and but I mean, it's a strip, and there has to be some ways to continue to promote the fun, the somewhat extravagance, the sometimes outrageousness of Las Vegas. And if there is a place to do it, then it is directly on the Las Vegas Strip. Just FYI, that's all I'm saying. I hope you guys work something out.
Thank you for your comments. And before we hear more comments, I will say, I personally think it's a good thing that there is a meeting. I mean, I look at even the last application that was generally across the street. I mean, scale to me is an important thing, and I do personally have concern on the scale of the size of the sign. So that's kind of where I sit at the moment. And I agree with Commissioner Carrera. I mean, it's Las Vegas Boulevard is a place to be creative, but looking at specifically on the, for me, the scale of the sign. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman, through you. You know, I think the sign has a nice, cool, funky feel, kind of like the one that Jay Dapper put together over at the Hunch Ridge that staff was recommending denial on. However, I do appreciate you holding this in advance and meeting with Michelle and our assembly person and Mr. Franklin and seeing what see what their thoughts are. I'd like to be part of that meeting so I could kind of go out to the site. I've seen it on paper, but seeing it in person and seeing what the height is, I think would help me out with my decision. So if there's no other comments, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to hold item number 40, VAR 72572, in abeyance for 30 days until the April 10th Planning Commission hearing.
So motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 41, VAR 72579, applicant owner Annie J. Kung for possible action on a request for variance to allow a 25-foot yard setback where 50 feet is required and a 5-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required for a proposed addition to an existing single-family dwelling at 2717 Pinto Lane, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed variance would allow for an addition to both the garage and the existing single-family residence on the northwestern portion of the lot, and for additional living area to the existing single-family residence along the eastern edge of the property. Reduction of the setback areas does not promote the rural environment that this zoning district, Ranch Acres, is supposed to provide. Furthermore, there is nothing extraordinary about the size or shape of the lot that warrants encroachment into the setback areas. Staff therefore finds this hardship to be self-imposed and recommends denial. Please note there were 3 additional protests and 1 approval received after publication.
Thank you. Is the applicant here tonight? Seeing no applicant, I'm going to turn, there was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one from the public, I will close that portion and turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, it's unusual that this applicant is not here this evening. I would like to hold it for 30 days till next month, and if they're not here then it's just game over. I'll try to reach out to them.
Okay. Would you like to make a
That would be
motion?
my motion, please, to hold item number 41, variance 72579 for till next month's meeting. Thank you.
So motion on the floor, please cast your vote. Oh, excuse me, before we cast, please come up to the podium and state your name and address for the record. You need to turn on the mic, and there's a button there. There you go.
I'm slow. My name is Mark Wolfson. I live at 8760 West Patrick Lane. My wife and I have an offer on the house adjacent to this one, and we won't be here in 30 days, so we would be interested to know an answer tonight, what they're going to be doing. We thought that we would hear that this evening. And we have an offer, and we're supposed to close at the end of this month. So we would just like to be informed of what the plans are. I mean, if they didn't want to come to make their presentation and it was basically recommended to be denied, why do they have to get 30 more days?
It's a good question, sir. I didn't know you were here prior to my motion. So with that being said, I'd like to open it up to the Planning Commission for discussion, if that's okay with you.
Okay.
Just hear what my fellow colleagues have to say, and then I'll make a motion one way or the other.
Thank you.
Is that right?
So, right, we're going to strike that motion from the record and have discussion, particularly
Yes.
on here.
Yes.
I will say, you did mention it's not, it's unusual that the applicant didn't show up for this. Do you know them?
They did reach out to me.
Did they?
You know what, I'm going to have to hold it.
Okay.
I apologize, sir. I'm going to hold it for, till next month. One month? Do you want me to hold it for 2 months, sir? I mean, you're here, so it's your call. Not that I should be talking to you in the audience, but if you could please come up to the podium and, you know, what, is 60 days good for you?
Well,
Well, you know, here's the deal. We have to give them an
the
opportunity
situation
to come
is
back.
that we have an offer, and depending on what their plans ultimately are, and I couldn't quite understand, we live on the east side of them.
Yes, that's nice.
So,
Okay, so what I'm going to do then is, I'm going to follow my gut here, and I'm going to make a motion to hold this item
Commissioner.
for 30 days.
when's the next meeting?
Second Tuesday next month.
April 10th.
Chairman, before the commissioner makes a motion, if I may just make a couple of comments.
Sure.
You know, people come to these hearings, I've been coming to these hearings for 15 years, not as a planning commissioner, but as a private developer. And, you know, if people don't take the time to at least call in, I know that there might be circumstances where, you know, somebody gets in a car accident, and hopefully that didn't happen with this individual tonight. But if you can't show up to a meeting when it's been publicly noticed, and it's just wasting all of our time and wasting other people's time, especially when they have offer in on a house, and it's going to possibly affect their decision if they want to move forward or not. So therefore, I would not go along with an advance, but I do respect your opinion.
No, thank you, Trinity. I think you're right. I think the right thing to do, out of respect for you and the good answer you gave, is that we trail it to the end of the meeting, and if they don't show up, we're going to just, we'll vote on it. I think you're right.
Could I add one extra point? We live here in temporary housing right now. We rented a place, then we made an offer to get, but we live in San Francisco, and we're moving here. So I can't be assured that when your meeting is, that we will be here.
Right.
That's why,
We're gonna trail
when I heard that,
Sir, we're going to trail it to the end, and we'll hear it, and we'll vote if they don't show up, and you'll get to hear it as well. So you're here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 42, VAR 72590. Applicant owner Joseph C. Lemitrace et al. For possible action on a request for variance to allow a 2-foot corner side yard setback where 15 feet is required and a 3-foot separation from the primary dwelling where 6 feet is required for a proposed 902 square foot accessory structure, Class 2 garage, at 6216 Traddles Street, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this site is zone RPD3 and has no established setback standards for accessory structures. Title 19 therefore allows the standards of the most compatible standard zoning district to be applied, in this case, R1. As a corner lot, the corner side yard setback is intended to be larger to accommodate site visibility zones. The proposed 2-foot garage setback is therefore inappropriate. In addition, there's no hardship associated with the physical characteristics of the site, and the garage proposed is too wide for the site to accommodate. Staff also notes that the new driveway for access to the garage would be built over existing utility vaults and would require utility permission to do so if approved. Staff therefore recommends denial, and please note there were one additional protest and one approval received after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Joseph Lamitrace, 6216 Traddle Street. I'm asking for a variance. I'm asking for a variance to build an accessory garage in the back. I've met with, excuse me, sorry about that.
Take your time.
Okay, I've met with a little bit nervous, sorry guys.
That's okay.
I'm asking for a variance so we can put a 41 by 22 garage. The existing setback is 15 feet from the sidewalk, and the existing setback from the home is 6 feet. That would allow for a 6-foot garage. We have an RV or a tow-behind trailer that we would like to keep in an enclosed garage. There's only a two-car garage existing in the home. I've spoken with Public Works as far as the driveway. I have confirmation as of yesterday from Cox Communications to go over the utility boxes. It is acceptable with what's there. Speaking with planning and zoning, the garage meets all the requirements as far as being, the footprint is 50% less than the existing home. It's less than 50% of the square footage of the existing backyard. I have conditional approval from my HOA, provided I get approval from the planning, city council provided I get approval of the variance, my HOA will approve. But I have that letter. I have signatures from my neighbors forward, behind, left, and right. On the left side, which is the corner, I have 5 different homes that face mine. I have signatures in support of all of those homeowners. And that's pretty much what I have.
Thank you. You want to turn those in for the record?
Yes.
Great.
I have also done a Photoshop rendering of approximately what it's going to look like as well. You guys have these. I need this.
Thank you, Mr. Lamatris. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
No, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, we will turn it over to the commission for a discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner DeSalvio.
This community, I went through this community, it seems to be a heavily RV community. Many coaches, many
Yes.
toy haulers.
And there is 7 other RV garages in the existing neighborhood.
Correct. I went through this application thoroughly. It has all the, has the approval of the HOA, as long as the Public Works and matches the submitted drawings. They're fine with it, as well as the surrounding affected neighbors seem to all be in favor of it. So with that, I mean, it does conform with the community, so I stand in support.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments on the application? Commissioner Roush?
I just have a question of clarification for staff. It looks like on the variance request that the structure is 2 feet from the wall. Is that right?
Yeah. Me?
I'm asking staff, but then I'm going to ask you a question next. Is it 2 feet from the wall? How do you get by there?
Yeah, through the
What
chair,
is-
that's what it shows. Yes,
So
2 feet.
what is the process there, 2 feet? I can't fit down 2 feet, I don't think, but I don't know. I mean, doesn't that, and I will ask the applicant, what is your plan there? I
Well,
mean,
it's going to
attract
require,
debris.
different building material,
I'm not
firewall
familiar
and so
with.
forth.
Okay, so please state so the applicant knows what's going to be required and that we know what would be required if we approve this.
But have you spoken with the building department?
Yes, I have.
In terms of-
I specifically spoke with Roger Bailey about it. There is a 5-foot sidewalk, there is a block wall, and then there will be 2 feet in between the block wall and the side of the RV garage. There is no safety or hazard concern there, as according to the development coordinator.
Mr. Chairman, through you, Roger Bailey works with Public Works, and I think what he's referring to is a public sidewalk. The public sidewalk is staying clear. There's no building next to the public sidewalk. The existing wall is there, so the public sidewalk is not a concern with the project.
Commissioner?
And you have no large dog that would get caught in between the wall and the structure, right?
Not that large.
Hey, Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman. So what do? You just back your RV up over the top of the curb and through the line straight up to the...
No, I'd like to get an encroachment and have a driveway come in. Where there was 2 spots where the driveway could be. One is too narrow to make the turn radius, so we spoke about not doing that, moving it more towards the front of the home. There is a street light box, in-ground box there, and then there's also a Cox Communication in-ground box. When I spoke with planning and zoning and Public Works, we decided, I don't know if you guys have the paper, we decided on the best route would be to go as close to the streetlight box, but I still have to keep 6 feet away for code, which would put the driveway encroachment over the top of the Cox Communication box. I spoke with Planning and Development for Cox, and I got the approval that as long as the box is traffic rated, it can be removed and replaced at a lower level, such as to have the
Thank you.
encroachment.
Mr. Chairman, a question for Mr. Pyatt.
Yep.
Do you agree with everything that was stated? And do you feel
Yes,
that
Mr. Chairman.
do you feel that the condition for Public Works addresses all civil permits that need to be issued?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the permit that we'd issued would probably be an over-the-counter permit for the driveway.
Okay.
The last rendering I thought I saw, it was coming off of Markleham, but if it's coming off of Treadle Street, it's probably better. Getting real close to the street light, and that's where the street light is off of Treadle's Street.
Yes, I would agree, because there's no way that you're going to turn an RV coming off the opposing street. So thank you. No further questions.
Before we hear from the commissioners, I will say it weighs for me that you got approval from your HOA and you don't have the HOA out here saying that they don't approve it, that you've gotten letters of support from your neighbors. So you've come here very prepared on every angle for this. And so with that, I'm going to be supporting the application. Commissioner DeSalvio?
If there's no other questions, I'd like to move for approval of item 42 VAR 72590.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you very
Chair-
much. I appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Okay, moving on to item number 45. Isn't it 45? 45. SUP 72556, applicant owner Stone and Stone LLC, for possible action or request for a special use permit for proposed auto repair garage, major use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a single-family detached dwelling where 330 feet is the minimum required at 7283 West Azure Drive, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Related item, SDR, item number 46, SDR 72557, for possible action request for site development plan review for proposed 7,710 square foot major auto repair garage at 7283 West Azure Drive, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing a major auto repair garage in an established commercial corridor along Azure Drive, east of US 95. Service bays will be screened from street views and from adjoining properties. This use requires a 330-foot distance separation from single-family detached dwellings. The building itself would be separating from the adjoining residential properties by a parking lot, a vehicle storage building, and a 28-foot multi-use trail easement that will be landscaped beyond typical requirements. Staff therefore supports the waiver request and recommends approval of the special use permit and site development plan review. Please note there were 4 additional protests and 1 approval received after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Hamid Shekai. My address is 14250 Calico Basin Road.
Thank you. Would you like to talk about the application?
Okay. There is no residences directly behind this lot. There's 2 sort of like backyards to 2 residences. One residence is more than 330 feet away behind the proposed, or actually constructing the Bourbon Street Tavern. The other one is behind our neighbor, which is the Arco gas station. That house is within the 330 feet. We located our repair facility as far towards the street as possible, so we have over 200 feet of separation from that. There's an existing cinder block wall currently there that blocks all the neighbors from that residence and the second residence a little further west of it. We also going to put trees and landscaping in the back of the property to provide more separation. And we're also putting a building in the back, which is going to be a buffer. The building is only going to be used for storing vehicles in there. We don't want to store vehicles out in the parking lot at night for safety reasons and also for aesthetics. You know, cars get dirty and dusty and they don't look good. We don't anticipate having too many cars overnight. Occasionally on a busy day, we may not be able to park them all inside the one building, so we propose having the second one in the back just for that purpose. At night, we expect people to go to the tavern. They can use that parking spot. If the gas station has additional traffic, like they got the Mexican restaurant there that may need it, they're welcome to use it. We're going to clean the place out. Even though we are applying for a major auto repair garage, we don't really do major repairs. We do mostly minor repairs and preventive maintenance. The only reason we ask for the major is because some minor items are considered major, such as a water pump or a timing belt. And that's about as heavy a job as we do. It's called Zip Zap Auto. We do in-and-out services, non-appointment services. So people come, they wait in our very comfortable lounge. We did the landscaping in front with some seating for people to hang out while they're getting service. And within an hour or two, they're usually out of there, a lot of times just a few minutes. We don't encourage bringing heavy work there. We don't like that kind of work. This is the 17th property that we've, auto repair shop that I've helped set up, and it's always the same thing. Currently, we got Zip Zap Auto, Busy Buggy, and Busy Boots Automotive. They're all 4.5 stars to 5-star rating. We provide an excellent service to the community, and if you were to ever look at those shops, there's hardly any cars ever in that property. Most of them inside the building during the day, and at night, there's nothing parked outside.
Thank you, Hamid, for your comments. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing, turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This project totally conforms with this area. We have Discount Tire, body shops, everything, so it definitely fits. The only concern that I'm trying to figure out is where it says the waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a single-family detached dwelling with 330. Can you pull it up and explain to me exactly where the zero you're asking for, the zero distance?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at a map here, and it looks like the property line, their southern property line touches a residential, so I think that would be the zero. I think that's more of a planning question. I think that's what the zero is.
Okay, so, because I've never, I went, checked this out, I never got a chance to talk to the applicant, nor did they reach out, so I'm kind of just trying to feel this one out. There's got to be some type of buffer. I know they have a block wall there, but we got to make sure we got some kind of buffer, number one. Number two, I want to make sure that there's no rear signage either, to where it's going to be encroaching on lighting up somebody's backyard with your automotive signs or whatever. So those are things that I want to kind of work through, and we never had the opportunity to do that. So I guess I would ask staff, although it says it's 330 feet, what would be an applicable distance to put to try to protect the encroachment onto residential? Because according to the drawing, I think it looks like, is it parking spots that back right up to that existing block wall?
Immediately behind it is 2 backyards, and they're storing bins, pods, trailers, more like a commercial use. I don't know what they're doing. This just looks like storage. And I'm sure there's never going to be a residence there because there's already 1 residence per lot. So I don't anticipate anybody living back there. It's just, you can see in the pictures that there's nothing there. And there is an existing block wall. We're putting landscape with tall trees to block it. Plus, we're putting a building in the back that we're only going to use for storing cars. There's no equipment in there. There's no water facilities or anything. It's just mostly for storing cars, and that's the buffer.
If I can, Mr. Chairman. So the landscaping you talk about between the block wall and the existing building, what is that width of that landscape buffer?
It's going to be tall trees.
No, the width. Is it 15 feet, 5 feet, 3 feet? What?
There is a sidewalk there right now, so I would assume it's about 10 feet in from the cement block wall. That's the property line. That's where the tall tree should be.
Okay, so can we make sure that that's in the record to where from that block wall, there's be at least a 10-foot landscape buffer?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman. So there is, what happened when this project was built a while ago, there's actually a city trail back there. It's a 28-foot easement requirement. Now, the trail consists of landscaping and a 10-foot sidewalk. So I know for sure there's 10 feet of sidewalk there, and the easement width is 28 feet. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, turn it over to planning for the what the landscaping is within the easement.
Mr. Chairman, through you, just, I don't believe we have it in the report, but just looking at the Google map on this, the trees look like they're approximately 20 feet on center within the easement against the wall that's adjacent to the residential property that has the relatively large lot behind this. Then you have the sidewalk trail, as Mr. Payette mentioned, and then you have a slight bit of buffer area before you get on the development lot.
Okay, and so that's existing to remain, that will be undisturbed?
Per their site plan, yes, they're not showing any disturbance, and as was mentioned by Public Works, that is an easement, so they have to maintain that.
Okay, other than that, I mean, it's beautiful, it conforms, it totally fits, you know, I'm totally for it. I just want to make sure I protected that buffer zone, because we didn't have the conversation and we didn't get to talk, so unless there's any other further comment, I move to approve that item.
There is a little comment, Commissioner Rausch.
I wanted to just help the situation a little if I could. Commissioner DeSalvio, I did go out and drive this property yesterday, and those trees that I think the city put in the trail system are quite large and mature, and it's a very nice buffer already to what's there. I was concerned about the house that abuts to the south, because it is a shared property line there. So I drove around the block, and I drove best as I could to try to see, and you're right, the house, I can't tell if anyone's living in there or not, because there is a lot of junk in the backyard, on the side yard, and all the lots behind you, they're all filled with junk. I noticed that staff did attend a neighborhood meeting, and there was nobody from the neighborhood that came, and I wanted to make sure that that was brought out as well. So I don't know if you've reached out to the neighbor, but I'm not even sure anyone lives in that house. I don't know what your comment is on that, but I'd be curious.
Yeah, I went there a couple of times, nobody was living there, so I didn't know who to approach.
Fair enough. So I'm satisfied that I think we're doing everything we can to try to protect the neighborhood, and I think you're right, Commissioner, it's a compatible use for sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Rausch. Commissioner DeSalvio?
If no other comments, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to approve item 45, SUP 72556.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Oh, I'm sorry. And item 46, SDR 72557. Move to approve.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Did it post?
That motion carries.
Those two items are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 47. SUP 72601, applicant Pearlskin Studio, owner Park 215 LLC, for possible action request for special use permit for 3,230 square foot massage establishment with waivers to allow 0-foot distance separation from a church, house of worship, and a parcel zone for residential use where 400 feet is required at 9580 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 109, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. May I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to expand their massage practice from a accessory massage license to a massage establishment with the approval of this special use permit. The applicant has been operating as a accessory massage facility since July 2nd, 2015, without incident. The subject site is part of the Village Square commercial subdivision, which is also home to a church/house of worship and is adjacent to existing multifamily residential development, thus necessitating the request for a waiver of distance separations. Staff finds that the proposed use can be operated in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the shopping center and surrounding neighborhood, and is recommending approval subject to conditions. If the SUP is not approved, the applicant can continue to operate in a single 150-square-foot treatment room under their current accessory massage license. Please note that there were additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Katya Simonenko. My address is 9580 West Sahara, Suite 109.
Could you spell your last name for the record, please?
S as in Sam, I, M as in Mary, O, N as in Nancy, E, N as in Nancy, K-O.
Thank you very much. Please tell us about the application.
So I would like to get special use permit to have a massage license because I have small license that allows me to have only one person to perform massages. And because I'm expanding, my massage therapist is booked. I would like to hire another massage therapist.
Thank you. Anything else you'd like to add to the application?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing portion, turn it over to the commissioners for discussion. Commissioner Roush.
Thank you, Chairman. Through you, I've visited this location, and it's in a traditional office building. It actually is a day spa. They are under renovation. I confirmed that, it is an operating entity that is truly a day spa. There's no question in my mind that this is a legitimate, salon and with mixed uses. It's not primarily a massage facility whatsoever. And Councilman's office did receive a concern from the rabbi in the house of worship behind, but that has been mitigated and resolved, and my understanding from the councilman's office is that everything's fine on that, and that they recognize that it is truly a day spa at this point. So my desire would be to make a motion for approval on this.
Great, please do.
So I'd like to make a motion for item number 47, SUP 72601, for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Moving on to item number 48, SUP 72545, applicant owner Canoa Sub 2 LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 276-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 223 South 9th Street, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. There is one other short-term residential rental unit within the separation radius. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. Please note that there were additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name's Pat Slicener, and my address is 6675 Weatherview Drive, Las Vegas.
Thank you.
We have owned this property for a very long time, since in the 70s. We own the two properties adjacent to it. Over much time, the properties down there have been in, we'll say, transition, sometimes better, sometimes worse, and we have been spending money to upgrade the properties with the interest of making them better properties for downtown, as well as for rental use. They've been long-term rental use. And what we have noticed is oftentimes to go downtown, we have difficulty parking. We don't live downtown, but we will park in the properties that we own down there and take a walk down to the Container Park or Fremont or whatever. And we felt that for people coming to Las Vegas and having raised our family here, it's a very nice thing to be able to have your children with you under the same roof. and not be spaced out in hotel rooms or anything like that. So we thought that the house, it's a 3-bedroom house. We bought it from the original owners that raised a whole family in there with 1 bathroom, and they took good care of the home. It has continued to be in good shape. We have since been doing even more to it, and we thought for other people who would like to be in the downtown area, have their children close by, or be able to go out for a little while and come back, or order in pizza, that would be a great location. And certainly a nice idea to be able to do it on a short-term basis rather than someone being there for years. We have not had difficulties keeping it rented for a long time, for long periods, but we thought we would try the vacation rental idea, and only recently did we become aware that another property on 10th Street was okayed for short-term rental just before our application, and there are 3 on one small lot, which doesn't seem to have a 660-foot separation between those. So I thought it was worthy of asking, and if we could do it, we would very much like to do that.
Thank you very much. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Schlottman.
Chairman, through you, I feel that you're going to find that short-term rentals are a lot harder than long-term rentals, but that's not neither here nor there. What we're looking at is a short-term rental tonight and a special use permit, and I'm typically opposed to distance separations in many of the neighborhoods. However, I've supported distance separations in the area between Fremont and Charleston, Maryland Parkway and Las Vegas Boulevard in the past 6 months, just because it's so close to the Catana Park and a whole bunch of other stuff going on downtown, a lot of multifamily, professional office, and I don't feel that it's going to be a huge bother to the majority of the people that are in that area. So, and I live not too far from that area myself, so if there's an issue, code enforcement will be called, and then they can revoke the license. So if there's no other comments, I'm ready to make a motion on this.
Seeing no other comments, please.
I have just a question for staff. I'm a little confused on the legend. The other SUPs, were those already granted and approved? Because I don't really see that we have anything on the legend that shows that there's an approved, I know we have pending, but it's, all of these say proposed. So were these other items on the agenda previously, or were they approved previously, the ones south of this application?
Chairman, through you, at the last Planning Commission hearing, or the Planning Commission hearing before that, the 3 that are in purple, we approved those. It had two individual residences in the back and one in the front.
That's what I thought. That's why I was confused when it says purple, that it's proposed still. So
I think it was because
they crossed in the timing.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Just wanted to make sure that I clarified. So those have already been approved. So this application is actually within the 660 feet of 3 others that have already been approved. And I know that they're not really 3 because it's really 1 property. I do remember that application, but nevertheless, this is still within the proximity.
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Schlottman.
Yes, Chairman, through you, I'd like to make a motion, item 48, SUP 72545, special use permit, subject to, or based on the testimony and the facts this evening, move to approve, subject to staff's recommendations, or conditions. Thank you, sir.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to the City Council at their meeting on April 18th, 2018.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Item 51, SUP 72569, applicant owner Aisha Blackwell for possible action on request for proposed short-term residential rent use at 3812 Budlong Avenue, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the dwelling used for the proposed short-term residential rental would not be owner-occupied, and therefore a special use permit is required. The use meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Therefore, staff recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you the applicants? Yeah. Can we get your name and address for the record, please?
Hello, Aisha Blackwell, 6540 Joe Michael Way.
Thank you.
Greg Blackwell, 3625 West 39th Street.
Thank you, Mr. Blackwell. Could you tell us about the application?
We do know that Vegas is a party city, and we want to ensure that our property will not be used as a party house. We will enforce strict rules, regulations that, if not followed, the short-term renter will be removed from the property. We actually first looked into the property location. We made sure to purchase our short-term rental in a legal zone, and ensure that we met with our adjacent neighbors and got their blessings before moving forward with the applicant. So we will also take the necessary steps to ensure proper screening of all the renters. Contract will be signed. This will be done not only by our short-term renters agency, but by a third party as well, to ensure that just to help to ensure that our screeners and our short-term renters are no threat to the community or our neighbors, which is important to us. All the renters will be given a contract outlining the rules, regulations of our property, and if not met, again, will be removed if not follow the rules. We also have installed security system that will monitor the property, just so that which will be remotely accessed, closed circuit, just to ensure that if the rules are broken, that we'll be notified, and the renters will be asked to leave and removed from the property. We are looking to make a good example of how to leverage the benefits of short-term rentals. We want to make sure that we took the necessary steps and procedures to get the right licensing, the right permits before even moving forward with getting the property. We don't want to do this without, we want to make sure we do this without compromising the safety of the community or any of our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I will close it and turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman, through you. This one, on item 51, I don't have an issue with this. It's not within 660 feet. We only seen one person that had a protest. It's not, it's in my ward. It's not directly near the strip. And so I don't think partiers are going to want to go stay this far away from the strip. So I don't have any problem with this.
Commissioner Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One, I commend you for coming in and doing it right, trying to do it right. Getting a license, finding a place that is within the zoning variances that are allotted for the city. One thing I'm not as clear on, and you talk about notification if something goes wrong, but are you going to post numbers? Is there a hotline? Is there a 24-hour something? How far are you from the house? Or who will respond when there is, if there is a call? Will the neighbors be notified in case of emergency or case of call? Will there be something posted that will allow them to get in touch with you or whomever your management company is or somebody?
Yes, that was part of the kind of the initial communication with the neighbors, to give them that information, to let them know, hey, when you guys have problems, you're either going to be able to contact us directly. Both my sisters actually live here. One's been here for 20 years. She's been here for 5 years. And they will be, I'm sorry?
I said you trust them?
Oh. Do you
I said you trust your sister?
Yeah, I do. I trust them. So they will either be notified directly, or they will be able to contact the management company if there is an issue.
Great. I will be in support, and I wish you all the best of luck.
We're about 10 minutes away from the...
Commissioner DeSalvio.
I just have a point of clarification from staff. Is there a reason why it doesn't say in the body of 51 of 660-foot distance separation?
Yeah, through the chair, there is no, there aren't any additional similar uses within the 660-foot separation distance.
There's no waiver being requested.
Yep. So they meet all the minimum special use permit requirements.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Commissioner Schlottman?
Yes, Chairman, through you, I'd like to move to approve item number 51, SUP 72569, subject to staff's conditions.
Thank you, Commissioners. Motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. That motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you guys very much.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Okay, item 53. Is that right? Yep, 53. SUP 72576, applicant owner Emerald Investments Series 2, LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for existing short-term residential rental use at 8616 Cremona Drive, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Name and address for the record.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, the
Please.
staff report.
Staff report. Sorry about that.
That's right. Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting approval of a special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use. The existing use was approved and licensed in late 2016 through a conditional use verification. Since that time, it has continued to operate without any enforcement action or neighborhood complaints. In June of 2017, Ordinance 6585 was adopted and required all short-term residential rentals meet the current requirements of Title 1912, including a special use permit if applicable. This location requires approval of a special use permit due to the number of bedrooms and the fact that it is not owner-occupied during all rental periods. It does meet the distance separation requirements of 660 feet, as the nearest similar use is over 1,260 feet away. As the use meets all requirements of Title 1912 and has continuously operated since 2016 with no enforcement issues, staff is recommending approval. Please note there were additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Name and address, please, for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Planning Commissioners. My name is Tony Sless, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. Here on behalf of the property owner, along with me again is Mr. Schumacher and Ms. Eisenberg, who are the applicants and property owner. Very similar to item 50 that this commission approved earlier tonight. We went through the due diligence of this property, and like a prudent business person would do, checked with the city, checked with city business licensing to determine what the ordinance is, what the rules are, what they need to abide by. When they determined that this property here, which is located on Cremona, you can see it's near basically Durango and Charleston, fairly close to that intersection, adjacent to a commercial shopping center here, that there are no similar uses within 660 feet of this. Because of that, they decided to close on the property. They then went through the proper inspection process with the building department and fire and electrical and things of that nature. Because those all passed, the business license was issued to them in December of 2016. After obtaining their business license, they began renovations on the home, invested substantial amount of money into it, about $150,000 to $200,000. Again, we have some before and after photos to show what the property looked like at the time of purchase and during renovation, and essentially today what they are doing. As noted in the staff report, there are no code violations. We meet the 660-foot separation requirement. We have renewed our business license. The license was renewed in December of 17. It is good to December of 2018. Similar, or not similar, the exact same operating procedures are in place as were outlined in item 50. If you would like to hear from Mr. Schumacher and Mrs. Eisenberg, with respect to that, more than happy to, versus simply incorporating those comments and statements into the record for item 53 to save some time, if we could do that. But with that, you know, it's one of these projects, or not projects, but one of these items where, again, I think because the sign was put in place, you have now residents that are aware of it. But again, this was and always has been operating legally and lawfully and without any code enforcement issues. And with that, more than happy to answer any questions you may have. And if you'd like them to restate what they stated in item 50, more than happy to, or if you just would like us to incorporate it into the record from item 50, we can do that as well.
I think we can incorporate it from item 50. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? If I could just have you guys sit back in the front row. And
thank you.
There are 3 microphones. If you'd please come up, and we'll give each person 2 minutes to tell us why you're for or against this application.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Casey Smith. I live at 8608 Cremona Drive. Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, thank you very much for hearing me. I strongly oppose the approval of this. I also speak for almost 80 of my neighbors who have signed this petition that we collected in about a week, I might add. They're all against approving a party house in our neighborhood. Now, all of them live within a quarter mile. We didn't call Uncle Bob from, you know, Blue Diamond or somewhere. Many of them are they're retired, they're elderly. They would have liked to come down tonight, but because they cannot, or they are not willing to drive at night, they did not, okay? For the record, I live 2 doors down from the subject property. As you all know, this issue boils down to a couple hundred people who have invested their lives and money in a beautiful, peaceful, 30-plus year Las Vegas neighborhood, which, versus two people who have invested in a property they hope that will turn a huge profit in a short time. That's what it's about. Well, unfortunately, not unlike the carpetbaggers who swooped down on the South right after the Civil War, the owners of the proposed party house have misrepresented their motives to me and my neighbors more than once, and from what I've heard tonight, they've misrepresented themselves to this commission. I'll get to that in a minute. Unlike those carpetbaggers, too, they're not in compliance with the law. I first heard about this last August, actually from a Metro police officer, as the house was being renovated. It's important to note it was in August. I introduced myself to one of the owners about a month later, asked her what she wanted to do with the house. She told me, well, her husband has a lot of siblings that live all over the place, and they're renovating it so the siblings can come in and out of the house as they please. It was kind of going to be their base of operations in Las Vegas. Clearly not. Misrepresentation number 1. Excuse me, it's been a long 2 days. I heard a few months later, they told some of the neighbors that the house would be rented out for more than 30 days, okay? Misrepresentation number 2, they're buying time.
I'll give you another 30 seconds to wrap up.
There's a lot of people who like to speak, but
I'll give you a minute, please.
Okay, thank you, okay. I'll go a little faster, okay? Okay. The owners had more than a year to mount their defense. We had 2 weeks from when the sign went up, okay? There have been, I think, 5 different people or groups renting that house in the last few weeks. The owners told me that yesterday, and the neighbors have confirmed it. The city ordinance on the short-term rental states the residents must display a placard whenever rented listing the maximum occupancy and a 24-hour contact number for complaints. There has not been a placard on this, not once. Not once, okay? They have not been obeying the short-term laws that was put in place during this brouhaha last summer, okay, to placate, if you will, the neighbors, okay? They haven't even done that. They're not following the law, and they even have legal counsel. I don't understand that, except for the fact that they're after the money. They're not trying to comply with the laws, okay? I have copies here for you. I think you can see it now on the screen, okay? They were taken with my cell phone. They're accurate. I can vouch for the date, okay? The reason the staff is approving this is because they did get their business license on December 20th, 2016. I don't believe they started operating until well into this year, okay?
Mr. Smith, I need to have you wrap it up.
I understand, okay? They have not been operating for a year, so there's no record of any calls to police or code enforcement because they haven't been doing this that long. They're misrepresenting that, I'm telling you, because they may have had the business license. Okay, in closing, my neighbors and I don't deserve the disruption, possible destruction, and possible reduction in our property values that this party house will bring. No one wants to buy or live near a party house. I thank you, Commissioner Cryer and Commissioner Slotman, for talking about the short-term rentals in your neighborhood, and I'm sure you look every time.
Mr. Smith, we have to wrap
I understand,
this up.
sir. Just one more minute, because they got a lot of time.
We don't have another minute. It's
Okay,
fine.
I reported on this. I've been a reporter in this town for 18 years.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
I walked the Scotch 80s and the John S. Park neighborhood, and I've seen the destruction.
How do I get him to stop?
I do not mean to be out of order, but please, just
Mr.
hear me out.
Smith,
I'm
we
almost
had a
done.
time limit. You've gone over double.
I understand, sir.
Please wrap
but
up.
Please,
Please.
I will, okay? There's no need for this one here, okay? They're
Okay,
not in
that's enough,
compliance.
Mr. Smith.
Sir, I
We're
think you're
gonna have to wrap up.
disrespecting the commission by not listening to the chair, to be honest with you.
here.
And I apologize.
And I think it's really out of line that you don't listen to the chair. I have to step in. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kerr. I'm going to have to ask you to sit down, please. Please do not speak from the audience. You have to sit down. If there's anyone else that would like to be heard from the public, please come up to the microphone. We have 3 microphones. Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record?
My name is John Holton, Holten. I live at 8612 Cremona. That's the house right next to this one. I'll be 78 next month. My wife just turned 76 last month. We're planning on staying in this house until they took us out feet first. You're not going to make it any easier if you change the deal, buddies.
Thank you, Mr. Holton. Can I get your name and address for the record?
My name is Don Woods. I live at 1501 Frandosa Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada, which is around the corner from this house. 30 years ago, I came into Las Vegas, and I was looking for a place to live. When I got married, I chose this neighborhood, and we decided that we were going to stay there, pay off the house, and retire here. The problem I've got is that we haven't really heard about this until the sign went up, but since I work with a lot of kids, and we've got the kids in the neighborhood, I've had to go through a lot of stuff to become Protecting God's Children approved, which meant FBI checks by 3 different organizations. And what I'm worried about is we have a lot of people that are going to be coming into this neighborhood who don't care about the neighborhood. And I heard the lady say that she was going to be checking these people that are going to rent her place. However, I did not hear her say anything about the types of people that she's going to approve, and how does she know that they're not going to be the perverts that we've been trying to keep our kids away from. Also, I hear that she has to have $500,000 worth of insurance. Having been an insurance broker, I'd like to know what kind of insurance they've got for all of these that are coming into the city, because $500,000 is not going to take care of one pervert that comes after our kids. Now, we kind of control our neighborhood. We've had a meth house start up in our neighborhood on a rental. It took us over 2 years to get rid of that, having to call the police and keeping track. Then it turned into a whorehouse. We took another 2 years. Bob Beers finally helped us with that one. And then they rented it out to a lady that decided that she could come after the whole neighborhood, be nude, get in front of all of our kids, walk up and down the street.
Mr. Woods, I need you to wrap up, please.
Okay.
If there's anything
So I would
specific
just
with
like
the
to know
application.
how we're going to control this and how you guys are going to do it, because I've already seen where you guys have had trouble getting all of the money from some of these places.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Woods. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Please come on up.
I was not supposed to talk today, but I can't help myself.
Please do.
Sorry,
Give your name and
guys. It's
address.
late, everybody's hungry. I'm a retired physician.
Need your
and
name and address for the record,
My name
please.
is Maria Elizabeth da Cruz.
Thank you, Mrs. Cruz.
Okay? And
Can I get your address, please?
it's 8705 Bolzano Court,
Thank
Las
you.
Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you. 2 minutes, please.
2 minutes.
Thank you.
I came to this country by choice, and I become American citizen many, many years ago by choice. My medical license is in Portugal and Brazil. I cannot practice here. So when I retired in San Francisco, I bought investment properties here, I start coming and liking more and more Las Vegas. So I decided to invest in properties in Las Vegas, and eventually we moved here. My husband teaches as a professor in San Francisco still, so he commutes. And the short-term rental for me has been 1 bedroom, 1 private bath in my room. Because when I was in San Francisco, I learned a new world with the creation of Apple and Amazon's. I was there, the revolution. And I believe the new generation needs to learn a new way to do business. Okay, it's scary for the people. They've been here for 40 years, 30 years. But I'm 64 years old. I'm not scared. You know why? Because where I live, my neighborhood, we have sex predators around. We have people with mental disability wandering 3 o'clock in the morning, catch by cameras. So I understand the talk about safety, but if you grab the local newspaper there where I live, there is an increase of violence, home invasion, and burglary, and car thefts in our neighborhood, all over Vegas, everybody knows. So I have a real estate license I used to have with Lee Barrett, a very well-established broker in town. And I witnessed, we have to have 10 fingerprints to pass in safety exam. So the safety for me is background check, like you always, everybody agree. But you know what? You have to be forward to the future with safety. And I'm so pleased, I was so surprised that many of you gave us so many positive inputs. There is a long road ahead, but we have to find a common sense because the whole world...
We need to wrap up, Mr. Cruz.
The whole world, I've been in Portugal, last summer in Nice, in Florence, 80% of the communities are rental property short-term because there's too many tourists. That's my point.
Thank you.
Very much for your...
Okay, anyone else? If there's anyone else in the audience, if you could please comment up, we do have 3 microphones. Okay, I guess this is our last person. Can I get your name and your address for the record?
Craig Beard, it's 1520 Marialdo.
Thank you, Mr. Beard.
I've lived in this area for over 30 years, and we purchased this property to be able to retire in, which I did retire 3 years ago. But we are majorly concerned about the input this is going to have on the people that are retired, the elderly. There are quite a few elderly people that do walk around the streets for their exercise and all this. And the concern of having people that are going to be in these houses for a limited time, is concerning for all of us. I have my grandkids that live here with us, and I'm concerned about them being in here. So please, please take extra time in looking at this and advancing that type of property in our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beard. Thanks for your comments. I'm going to give you 2 minutes for a rebuttal if you'd like to come back up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I must admit I did not understand the analogy between the North and the South and the Civil War, so I'm just going to speak plainly about this, okay? First, the city has allowed people to be in this business. The city has, I wouldn't say promoted, but it is a permittable use if you meet the conditions. And when they started this business in December of 2016, they met all those conditions. So, number one, it is a permitted use. No one's doing anything underhanded, as evidenced by our business license and yearly renewal that we have received. Number two, the story about the placard also is a misleading statement as well by Mr. Smith. He failed to either read all of the entire code or didn't want to disclose the entire code. But it was misleading to indicate that the placard must be on the building or on the premise 24/7. That is not the way the code is written. Specific provision outlined in Section F says the placard shall be in plain view of the general public at all times the short-term rental is occupied and shall be a minimum, and then it gives the dimensions. So only when it's occupied. It does not have to be there when it's unoccupied. And I'll let Ms. Eisenberg and Mr. Schumacher address again the vetting process that they go through. And, basically the more denials of someone staying there versus acceptance. She will also explain the insurance policy that she carries and how it far exceeds the minimums as required by the ordinance.
I'm going to give you 1 minute to go through so we can wrap up.
Okay,
Please.
I'll wrap up. Very important for the vetting process. We've had 25 inquiries on this property. I've only accepted 5. I heavily screen. This configuration of bedding is a king bed, a queen, and a queen. I won't read all of the ones that I've said yes and no to, but down to somebody who wanted to have a barbecue from a soccer match. I turned down. Another person wanted to get married at the property. I've turned them down. We require 30 years or older of age to live in it. We carry foremost insurance. We carry over $1 million of primary liability, and then I believe the umbrella on the property is over 3, which I would have to verify, but I'm well over the 500,000. We have the lock state on the house, which allows us to immediately lock the doors and throw anybody out who does not comply. Literally, they walk out the door, I hit a button, and they cannot re-enter the property. I don't know what else. I want to make sure I hit major points. Sorry, because of the 1 minute.
I'd like to add,
sorry.
I'm 55 years old. I have 4 children. I do not want to have a party house either. This is a big investment for us. We don't run it as a cash flow machine because we've turned more people down than we accept.
We're going to have to wrap up.
I think we're very reasonable owners, and we are very strict in our policies.
Thank you. We're going to have to wrap it up, just to be fair for everybody here. So,
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So I'm going to close it now and turn it over to the commission for discussion. I would like to start by saying it is a concern to me. I think Mr. Woods brought it up too, again, about the insurance only being at $500,000, and I'm not quite sure how, it came to $500,000, but I can tell you when there is a problem, $500,000 isn't getting you much down the road. I realize the applicant stated that they have a larger policy, but that seems like something that really needs to be discussed at the city about increasing that minimum on the insurance requirement. And I hear the neighbors loud and clear. Obviously, short-term rentals are a concern everywhere. I do feel, just like the last time this applicant was up here, that there's a fit in some places, there's not a fit in other places, and there's good operators, there's bad operators, or operators that present to us that are really buttoned up in presentation, and operators that come up and just say, I have a house and I want to do a short-term rental, and give me no confidence in how to even consider an approval. But I feel like, again, just like we heard on their other property, there is an opportunity for someone that has the existing license. There are strong mechanisms in place at this point, through a lot of trial and error to get here, to address issues for the neighborhood, starting with the hotline and code enforcement and fine rights and the fact that it is an SUP and that the board can pull it back and revoke their license, essentially. And so, I'm not the biggest fan of short-term rentals, but there's a mechanism and there's a fit in some places. And when there is a fit, I feel like there's enough there to protect a neighborhood at this point. So that and maybe some additional conditions, I think I would be able to support the application. Commissioner Roush.
And I don't know if any of my other fellow commissioners have comments. I'd like to hear them before I make my final statements. So I just wanted to make sure I went on the record, at the end. So
Yeah, absolutely.
please, go
Commissioner
ahead.
Salvio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for Mrs. Eisenberg, 2016, you received purchase of that property, correct?
November, that one was December of 16, yes.
Okay. So when you did your remodel, when did it actually go on the market for short-term rental?
November is when we started listing it, and we started screening, and we started in January
Of this year?
of this year.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. I have just a comment. The ordinance in the city of Las Vegas is that no short-term rental should be 660 feet closer to another short-term rental. And I stand firm behind the ordinance. The councilwoman that I work for, who has been my boss for 11 years, wrote it. The ordinance does not say no short-term rentals in Ward 2 or Ward 4. They should all be in Ward 1, 3, and 5. This is a city-wide ordinance. It is not selected to certain neighborhoods. it is selected a little bit by case, because if the applicant had come in and your neighbors had pictures and disgrace like we've seen, you've read it in the paper recently, of one that let it go and go and go, I wouldn't be thinking the same way as I do tonight. But because there's no code enforcement issues, because you meet the ordinance of 660 feet, and I think what this neighborhood needs to understand is once you place one in a neighborhood, there's no more for 660 feet from that one. So whether it's this one or another one, there's one coming everywhere in the city of Las Vegas, not just in Ward 1, and not just in Trinity's ward, and not just in Cedric Creer's ward. This is the city of Las Vegas, and this is the ordinance. Thank you.
Commissioner Toussaint.
You know, my heart always goes out to homeowners. They're my first place where I live. I am a homeowner, and I have mixed feelings about short-term rentals, and I'm not going to say I don't. There are times where they fit and times where they don't fit. Like I said, my heart does go out with the homeowners. I empathize with them. I feel their pain. I really do. I think it's behoove on us that we have to follow what the city policy is, whether we like it or not. And this does seem to fit within the 660 feet. Do I like it? Not really. But I don't know how I can vote against it. Personally, I would like to, because I really feel for the homeowners. I really do. I also feel for the applicant. It looks like you've done everything that you need to do. I can tell you that I've changed my mind. When I first came in and sat down, I was going to vote a different way than I probably will wind up voting. But just to let you know that whichever way it goes, good luck to you. And to the homeowners, if you don't get this, you can always go to City Council.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rausch.
I'd like to say a couple of things. So I've been bombarded with phone calls. We've seen tonight that, you know, there's people very passionate about this. We've got 81 people on a petition. We've got 23 opposition cards, numerous phone calls and others, both to my councilman's office and to myself personally. I went out there personally. I knocked on a few doors. I talked to a few neighbors. I talked to some neighbors at the break. I'm very aware of the concerns. People are terrified, and I understand why, because the fear of the unknown is significant. It is kind of a backward process, the way we go through this, because we're literally asking neighborhoods and neighbors to be a test tube for what can happen and hope that it goes okay. And if it doesn't go okay and there's a horrible incident, then we pull it back and take away the license. And unfortunately, that's the process that we are set with today, and that doesn't settle well with me, because if I'm going to make a decision about a short-term rental in my neighborhood, and as Commissioner Quinn has so vociferously stated, they can be anywhere, and by virtue of the ordinance, 660 feet apart from each other. I look at it as a privilege license. I am looking for good operators. I think that you're a good operator, but that is yet to be proven. My concern is more with the neighborhood, and I want to make sure that there is a use in the neighborhood that is compatible and harmonious. And I think that that's what we all look for when we're sitting here on the Planning Commission representing our ward, our neighborhood. So if it would be acceptable to you, and I loathe the words that are about to come out of my mouth, I would like to ask if you would be willing to do a 30-day abeyance to work this out with the neighborhood, because I would much rather that the neighbors have the opportunity to work with you on their concerns, and you have a chance to allay their fears and let them know that they have someone that they can reliably call upon if there is a problem. That's really the main issue here, is that I need to make sure that you guys are willing to be and can demonstrate that you are responsive to this neighborhood. So if that's acceptable to you, that's going to be my motion.
Commissioner Rouse, of course it's acceptable. That was actually, what we had requested earlier. I did send, albeit late, late in the day, not late, I mean probably around 2 in the afternoon or so, correspondence to Mr. Smith, because I knew he was at least the face of the opposition. My understanding, it did get to him late, but I did explain that I would like to hold this for 30 days, have a neighborhood meeting prior to coming back. So that offer certainly still stands, and if that's the direction you would like to go and the rest of the commission, absolutely. We will come back in April, and before that have a neighborhood meeting.
Can you ask that we be number 13 next week?
And then, yeah, a special request that we be in the front of the agenda, yes. But obviously, us, but.
Well, you know your
anyways.
representative files these, maybe at your direction, maybe at his, and you go in the order in
It
which
was
you file.
A little bit of a joke, but yes, no, I just.
Well,
But,
and I knew
yes.
that you had asked for the abeyance. When we met this morning, I knew that was the direction you were going.
Right.
But because of the late nature of that, these folks had already made plans, had already come down here, and I felt that they owed it to themselves and to us to be able to hear them tonight. And I wanted you to hear their comments, because I know that you guys haven't had a chance to get together and do a neighborhood meeting, and I do feel very strongly that I'd rather see you guys work this out than be fighting each other. So if that's the case, I'd like to make a motion to obey item number 53, SUP 72576.
Commissioner Roush, I think Commissioner Schlaven had a comment.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I
No problem.
apologize.
Just a general, through the chair, a general comment for the public and everybody watching. If we hold something in abeyance items are heard first, so you don't come at the end of the agenda. You get heard in the beginning, and neighbors don't have to, that way neighbors don't have to wait until the midnight or 10, whatever time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good point, and again, my apologies. Does my motion still stand, or do I need to restate
There's
it?
a motion on the floor for abeyance. Please cast your vote. To the April 10th meeting. That motion carries.
All right, you guys have a good evening. Thank you.
We will now hear the trailing item number 41, VAR 72579, applicant owner Annie J. Kung, for possible action on request for a variance to allow 25 front yard setback where 50 feet is required and a 5-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required for a proposed addition to an existing single-family dwelling at 2717 Pinto Lane, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. This is the application where we didn't have an applicant. I don't think we need the staff report again for the record.
No, Mr. Chairman, just a brief report. I did get the applicant's information from the planning department. I contacted Tommy Townsend of T4 Construction. He answered and indicated that since staff had recommended denial, they didn't feel there was a reason to come to the meeting tonight. They figured it was going to be denied, so they didn't show up.
Okay, well, listen, I'm still inclined, I think, to hear the application, and if they want to go with an appeal, if it is denied, then they have that right to appeal, and if it's approved, then it sits where it's at, so.
I just want to put that in for the record.
Thank you. Thank you for getting a hold of him, too. It's much appreciated. So seeing no applicant, I believe there was one. I'll open it up for a public hearing. There was someone in the public. Would you like to come up and give your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Mark Wilson, and 8760 West Patrick Lane in Las Vegas. So just to reiterate the position I had earlier, we have an offer on the adjacent home, and we wanted to see what their plans were. The staff, I think, recommended that, I think I heard them say it was a self-inflicted wound. I would tend to agree. The property that we have an offer on is 8/10 of an acre. I think that property is equally the same size, maybe bigger. So, and since the recommendation, I think from the staff, was to deny, we would just like to have a vote today so we know what we're getting into.
Okay, thank you for that. I will say, like I did state, if either approval or denial, I believe it can be appealed if it goes on to city council in either direction.
I guess we'd have to hear from Mr. Summerfield. Was it going forward to city council, or was it going to have to be appealed within 10 days if it was denied?
Mr. City Attorney, I don't want to taint a vote, but...
Well, you can tell them either way. If it was approved, would it go forward? If it's denied, would it go forward?
So if this item is denied tonight, it is final action unless appealed to the city clerk. If the item is approved, then it would move on to city council for a hearing on April 18th.
Great, thank you. At least you don't have all your options, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Close the public hearing, turn this over to the board for discussion. Commissioner Quinn.
Commissioner Roush, did you have a comment on this item? Anybody down there before?
No.
You sure? And nobody down there? Item number 41. DeSavio, sir?
Okay.
I'm going to follow staff's recommendations for denial because that's what's in front of me. But I'm going to reach out to that homeowner, and I'm going to see if I can't work with them before city council or to see if they understand what's happened here. So with that, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for denial this evening on item number 41, the variance.
So there is a motion to denial, then if that passed, they have 10 days to appeal with the city clerk. Motion's on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, just to reiterate and make it clear, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to the director's business portion of the agenda. Item number 55, text amendment 72605, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action request to amend LVMC 19, Appendix F, interim downtown Las Vegas development standards to add a permissible use table for PD, plan development within Area 1 of downtown Las Vegas downtown Las Vegas overlay district, and to provide for other related matters. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff recommendation report, please?
Mr. Chairman, when the downtown Las Vegas overlay district was adopted, it repealed the downtown Centennial Plan and required all uses to comply with Title 19. Since there are no permitted land uses listed in Title 19 for planned development zone properties, this amendment will reintroduce the permitted land uses of the Parkway Center District for those planned development properties not covered by the master plans of the Las Vegas Medical District or Symphony Park. The only changes to the lists from the Parkway Center District proposed by staff is the addition of mixed use and the clarification of a handful of uses to match them directly with uses defined by Title 19. Further, since this list includes some uses that do not have direct correlations to uses in Title 19, language is proposed to allow the director to make determinations of parking requirements for those uses based on a comparative analysis. Staff recommends approval. Please note there are no additional letters of protest or support since publication.
Thank you very much. This was noticed as a public hearing, and in front of the public like to be heard. Please come to the podium. Not seeing anyone, I will close the public hearing portion, turn over to the commission for discussion. I'll start off by saying I was in a meeting about this and can see why it's a need for the text amendment to have the plan development standards, or the permissible use table, excuse me, to line up with the changes that are being made. You know, I think some of the questions I had were were there any changes to adult uses or specifically to alcohol? And the answer I believe I received was no, but I'd like to confirm that with staff.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. The uses were taken directly from the previous downtown Centennial Plan language, and as I said, the only changes made were to add mixed use as a permitted use within that district, and then to make some direct correlations, such as parking facilities becomes parking facility because that's how we define it in Title 19. So those are the only changes.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the commission? Anyone like to make a motion? Commissioner DeSalvio.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Please do.
Item 55, TXT 72605.
So motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be forwarded to the City Council in ordinance form.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to the citizens' participation portion of the agenda. Item number 56, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon the Planning Commission unless this subject is on the agenda and scheduled to hear for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion of any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening. Thank you, Chairperson, committee, concerned citizens, friends, night owls. My name is Bruce Soares. That's S as in Sam, O-A-R-E-S. I'm a concerned citizen. I don't have a dog in this race, but again, just a couple comments from a common man. One, generally we, the public, are chastised for not participating in our government. This evening, I saw an example where 30 people from a neighborhood came out to voice their opinion, and apparently it was for naught. I'm not saying what side was right, what side was wrong. That's you guys' decisions to make. But again, we the people sometimes feel we don't have a voice. And when that many people come out for one item, maybe it should be weighed a little bit more. Second item, and I'd like to commend Commissioner Greer for his statements about Ward 5 and how the homeless, displaced are funneled to that area. We can go back, and I'm sure most of you have been here long enough to know it was clearly a policy to get, quote unquote, these people from the downtown area, to get them away from the tourists. But again, it's funneled into one specific area. And whether you want to use the boundaries of Bonanza to Owens, Foremaster up to A Street or all, there's a certain amount of homeless in every neighborhood. There's a disproportionate amount of people who are down on their luck, have mental problems, have other problems that are in this area. Some of the people have a resistance to organization. Some may not wish to be in an area where they can't smoke, where they can't drink. But again, those are health issues, and it may have an effect on those people who are more concerned about getting in out of the elements rather than exercising their own individual rights, even though it imposes on other people. So with that, I'd like to say thank you, and I'm glad this meeting did not go past midnight, which was the last one I came to, and we didn't even discuss chickens today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Soares. I do want to ask a question of staff quickly. How did they come to $500,000 for the short-term rental and the insurance? Does anyone have an answer for that?
Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that what we did last year at this time is we looked through quite a few other locations, local jurisdictions of the United States to see what best practices were out there. And I think that $500,000 liability insurance was the largest one that we found. And I believe it came from New Orleans because they do have some short-term rental issues. And so that was how we came up with the $500,000.
Okay, and I look at it and I see, you know, a business within a neighborhood, and most businesses, wherever they are, you're going to have more insurance to cover liability and potential issues that come up. So I hope it's something that the city might consider in the future as something that is increased and the minimum is increased. That's all I have. Anyone else have any comments? No. With that, the meeting is adjourned.